Welcome, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Hales. I'm chair of the SASB Standards Board, and it's my pleasure to open what is the last public meeting of the SASB Standards Board. After a decade of work, we've come to a point where we're going to be transitioning the responsibility of the standards over to the International Sustainability Standards Board, which is part of the IFRS Foundation. So momentous times for us, but we still have work to conduct today, and so it's great to be here. Let me just make a few opening announcements. As always, this meeting is being broadcast and also recorded, so there'll be an archive that is available after the meeting is over, and also the materials for today are also available. All that is available on the website, so you can go to our website, look for the board calendar and the archive there, and that will remain actually a place where you can find this going forward. And so if you have, although it's a public board meeting, it's not one that's interactive. So for those that are joining through GoToWebinar online, you're welcome to submit comments. We won't be able to respond to them in real time, but as always, you can also go to our public comment page and make comments, and we welcome them. So with that, a couple other things. We're going to first go into our introduction. So we've got with us most of our full complement of board members today. As I mentioned, I'm Jeffrey Hales. I'm a professor at the University of Texas and chair of the Standards Board. But I'll also go around and ask each of the board members to introduce themselves so everyone knows who's here today. And we'll start at the far end here with Lloyd Kurtz.
Thank you. Yeah, Lloyd Kurtz, representing myself today, but my day job is Wells Fargo Wealth Management, head of the Social Impact Investing team, visiting scholar at the Kellogg School of Management at Northwestern University, and until 3 p.m. a proud member of the Sustainability Accounting
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dan Gelzer. I'm a retired partner of the law firm Baker & McKenzie, and also a long time but soon to end member of the Standards Board.
I'm Suzanne Stormer. I'm with PwC in Denmark, where I'm the ESG and Sustainability Services leader. I was a practitioner, and in that role, I learned the ropes that invited me to be a member of the board, and until today, proudly so. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Mark Siegel, I'm a partner at Ernst & Young.
Good morning, I'm Bob Hirth, and I serve as co-vice chair of the Standards Board, and I'm a senior managing director at Protiviti, a global business consulting firm.
Thanks, Bob.
I'm Verity Chager. I'm Bob's co-vice chair of the SASB Standards Board, and I'm also a member of the Sustainable Investing and Stewardship Strategies team at the California State Teachers Retirement System. And maybe I've got the most words in my title. I don't know.
Mark Velsen, I'm a partner at KPMG, and very pleased to be here in person for the first time at this.
So that's right. Yeah, it's wonderful to have you.
I'm happy to see you in person. Elizabeth Seeger, Managing Director of Sustainable Investing at KKR, and happy to see you all.
I'm Janine Gillian. I'm CEO of the Value Reporting Foundation, which houses both the Integrated Reporting Framework and the SASB standards.
Taylor Reed, Associate Director of Research on the SASB Standards Technical Staff.
And Brian Esterly, SASB Technical Staff Member.
Thank you. We do have a number of staff who are going to be with us today, rotating in and out of our hot seats, so it's great. And then we also have with us online Kurt Kuhn. Kurt, can you hear us?
Yeah, greetings from sunny Italy. So I'm Kurt Kuhn, retired CFO at United Parcel Service and proud member of the SASB Standards Board. Looking forward to our swan song today.
Thank you, Kurt. Thanks for making the time to join us. It's great to have you. And then also we have Stephanie Tang, who couldn't be here today, but definitely sends her regrets for not being able to be here. I know she would have loved to if she could have made that work. So so that's who we have here today, and we have a pretty full agenda. So go ahead and walk quickly through it. So we're going to start off with really first walking through essentially what's happening with the Value Reporting Foundation, which oversees the SASB Standards Board, and talk about the impending consolidation into the IFRS Foundation. And so Janine is here to walk us through that. And then Taylor's going to be taking us through an overview of what's been happening with the work that we have been doing since our last board meeting, as well as talking a bit about what the future of those projects is going to be. And then we'll go through 4 specific projects today. 3 of those projects are related to projects that were far enough along that we could summarize recommended changes that the board would have been pursuing had we had a long enough window of opportunity to actually put those comments out for public discussion, and then to redeliberate before approving any changes. So we've recently put those recommended changes out into the public. We'll be going through those today. And then for a 4th project, this is the renewable energy and electric utilities and power generation. That's one where it's a little earlier stage, and so we're going to be getting an update on the work that the staff has been doing on that, and see where the staff recommendations are at that point. Before we have then an opportunity to have some closing remarks, both where we can share some thoughts from our perspectives as board members, as well as to hear from some of the foundation trustees, and then also to look to our guests here today. We also have the chair and the vice chair of the ISSB, Emmanuel Faber and Sue Lloyd, and they'll be sharing some remarks there at the end of the meeting. So we have a full agenda, and are pretty excited to be going through all of that. So I will then pass it off to Janine Gilead, who we're happy to have here. This is a special treat because while Janine often observes our meetings, she's I think this is actually your first public board meeting that you've participated in.
I think it is my first public meeting, so I'll try to do you proud, Jeff.
So thanks for being here, Janine.
So what I want to do, as Jeff mentioned, today's a remarkable milestone. It's the last meeting of the SASB Standards Board before we transition governance of the SASB standards to the ISSB. Just to be clear for everyone listening about what is actually happening, the Value Reporting Foundation at the end of June will consolidate into the IFRS Foundation. So the Value Reporting Foundation dissolves, and the IFRS Foundation will own all of the intellectual property, take responsibility for the people. So think of it as an acquisition of the VRF by IFRS. So what I'm going to do is dive a little bit deeper into what the ISSB actually is and what that means for the SASB standards. So very importantly about the ISSB is that it's a demand-driven creation, and it's responding to demand from both investors and businesses and regulators to simplify the global sustainability disclosure landscape. And what the ISSB will do is develop standards for a global baseline of sustainability disclosures focused on meeting the information needs of investors through the lens of how do sustainability issues impact enterprise value. And that will enable companies to provide comprehensive information to the global capital markets. And that comprehensive information being financial statements, plus what we call sustainability related financial disclosure, which are those sustainability disclosures relevant to enterprise value. And you often hear the term building blocks. We tend to use the word building blocks and global baseline interchangeably, but the idea is that the ISSB standards can be a foundational building block used by regulators around the world to inform their mandatory disclosure requirements. So that's the vision of what the ISSB is and will become. The ISSB will have 14 board members, majority full-time, broad range of expertise and experience, and a broad range of geography. So for those of you who are familiar with the composition of the IASB or the FASB, very much patterned after how accounting standards have historically developed, exactly the same way we thought about forming the SASB Standards Board. These were the initial appointments to the ISSB announced back in July. That was a long time ago, January. Emmanuel Faber has been named chair, Sue Lloyd vice chair, and I will be special advisor to Emmanuel and Sue. And very exciting that just last week 4 additional appointments to the ISSB were announced, and Verity Chager, who is co-vice chair today of the SASB Standards Board, has been named to the ISSB. So huge congratulations.
Here, here.
Thank you.
We're thrilled about that. And we know you'll do a fantastic job. Now, one of the pieces of feedback we're getting, because we do know that this is a lot of change very rapidly, is have we just simply added another acronym to an already crowded landscape of sustainability disclosure frameworks by adding ISSB? We do want to really make sure everyone listening understands there is a path to simplifying the disclosure landscape. That is the purpose of the VRF's consolidation into IFRS, and this is the path. The TCFD recommendations and the SASB standards become the ISSB climate disclosure standard. The SASB standards ultimately become ISSB industry-based disclosure requirements, and the integrated reporting framework ultimately becomes a framework for connecting financial and sustainability disclosure. Now, very importantly, this doesn't happen overnight, and so you will continue to hear a lot. You will continue to hear SASB standards integrated reporting for some time, because everything needs to go through ISSB due process. But definitely there is a path to ultimately migrating everything to become IFRS sustainability disclosure standards. So earlier in March, the ISSB, Emmanuel and Sue, as chair and vice chair, issued a press release communicating how they will build on the SASB standards to really create clarity for the market around the future of the SASB standards. And there were really 6 key points in that press release. One is that the SASB standards will serve as the starting point for the ISSB's industry-based requirements. And at close of the transaction, the ISSB will assume responsibility for the evolution and enhancement of SASB 77 industry-based standards. So I hate to tell all of you, but you're actually still standards board members until the end of June. You're not off the hook until a couple of more weeks. The ISSB will embed SASB's industry-based approach into its standard setting process. The SASB standards play a key role in the 2 ISSB exposure drafts that have already been issued, the general requirements exposure draft and the climate exposure draft. And the ISSB encourages companies and investors to support and to continue to use the SASB standards as we go through this transition phase. All of the ongoing SASB standards projects that you're going to hear about today will be transitioned to the governance of the ISSB. And then a very top priority of the ISSB is internationalization and addressing the international applicability of certain metrics that are in the SASB standards. And that's a top priority for the team right now. So I mentioned that the SASB standards have an essential role in the ISSB exposure drafts. 2 exposure drafts, both of these I think are groundbreaking documents. The general requirements standard or exposure draft that establishes a requirement to disclose all material sustainability information and references the SASB standards as guides for disclosing that information and being able to identify material sustainability risks and opportunities. And then the climate related document, which incorporates the TCFD recommendations and then also has the industry-based climate disclosures sourced from the SASB standards. So the SASB standards play a key role in those 2 ISSB exposure drafts. So now is a little bit of a call to action for everyone listening. Many of you I know have for many, many years advocated for simplification in the sustainability disclosure landscape. This is your opportunity to make a difference and to help shape the future of the field. And there are 3 major consultations out right now. The ISSB exposure drafts that I covered, the US SEC's proposal on climate-related disclosure, and EFRAG's exposure drafts of European sustainability reporting standards. This is a fantastic opportunity both to provide your detailed feedback on will the information be decision useful for investors in a way that is cost effective for preparers, and then also to ask regulators, please to try to avoid regulatory fragmentation to the extent possible, because we know how painful that is for preparers. So with that, that's really the highlight of the ISSB. I just want to take a moment and thank the Standards Board. And I will try to do this without tearing up, but you all have been amazing. You've really been key to the momentum that we've achieved with the SASB standards, because that momentum is based on the credibility of our process and the quality of our technical work, and that would not have happened without all of you. So you've made a huge difference. You will be memorialized on SASB.org forever, and many, 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 many thanks. So with that, I will turn it over to Taylor.
I think we have a few minutes, maybe if we could just if there are some comments or questions, because well, first I'd like to thank you, Janine, for your leadership. It's taken a lot to bring the organization to a point like this, and I think when we come to these crossroads, it's there are always uncertainties. There are always questions around like what's the right path forward, and so I very much appreciate your leadership in helping to really, I think, take the steps necessary to ensure that the work that we've been doing here has the best opportunity to fulfill the mission that we had set out 10 years ago to actually accomplish. And so huge thanks to you, Janine, for that. One of the things I would comment on is that I think this could have been the right step to take, even if it was just a matter of saying, let's sunset the SASB Standards Board and pass over the governance of the SASB standards to the ISSB and try to do this at the level of a global standard setter that would meet the needs of global participants in markets around the world. But I think your point around simplification is an important one. I think that's one reason why this is a particularly good path forward, because we had heard a lot about the need for simplification, and there are many ways to simplify, but simplifying where there are organizations that have complementary sets of responsibility and direction is the right way. And we had previously done that in the formation of the Value Reporting Foundation, and then to do this yet again, I think, while organizationally challenging, certainly I think fits with, again, the overall mission of our organization, of the ISSB, and can meet some of the demands from the marketplace as well in terms of simplifying. So I think that's, I just want to say that I think that's a very important part of this process.
Yeah, definitely. And we often get the question about, well, can you really do this globally? And we felt very strongly that, unlike accounting standards where there are these very strong embedded bases of existing literature around the world, let's acknowledge sustainability disclosure is less mature. And from day one, we heard strong demands from global investors for a global solution because they invest in companies around the world. And so we've always felt very, very strongly that the path to the best answer for global investors was a global solution. Question.
Is there any other questions or comments about the impending consolidation?
Just to affirm, Janine, I think maybe it can't be repeated often enough. The board, the SASB board, will be transitioned into a new governance structure and a board structure. The SASB standards remain, and will continue to be deeply relevant, I guess, to the work of ISSB and related organizations going forward.
Yeah, that's very important. The SASB standards are still a resource. SASB.org still exists. They're available. All of the implementation guidance and all the resources that exist on SASB.org are still there. So yeah, definitely can't be repeated enough.
I mean, you talked about the acquisition, and people listening in may be interested in what's happening to all the staff people at the SASB, and do they go away? Do they join? Could you comment on that?
Yeah, so they join the IFRS. Think of it as it's just like a corporate acquisition. It's in a nonprofit structure, but it's the same thing. So all the staff join the IFRS Foundation. And just this week, or last week, we announced a target operating model and the organization structure that will be put in place day one, and that includes the structure for the technical team under Sue Lloyd's leadership. So Sue, as vice chair of the ISSB, will have responsibility for the technical team, and all the staff move into Sue's team.
It is one of the unusual things about a standard setting acquisition is that you get all the people and the leadership's got to go, with the exception of
Au contraire, isn't there a really good set of advisory boards that will be supporting the work of the ISSB?
That's true.
I actually should talk briefly about that.
Please.
Yeah, thanks, Verity. So many of you listening probably serve in some capacity on one of the existing advisory boards. The two key ones for the SASB standards are the SASB Standards Investor Advisory Group and the SASB Standards Advisory Group. Both of those groups will transition into advisory to the ISSB. So the Investor Advisory Group becomes the ISSB Investor Advisory Group, and the SASB Standards Advisory Group becomes a technical reference group to help continue to provide technical input on standards development. So thanks for asking that question. So if you're a member of an existing advisory group, that will transition to the ISSB at close.
Great. Okay. Well, so there's certainly a lot that's happening, but the work that we're doing, it's great to see that the work that we have been doing is going to have a natural continuity into the next phase of its development, the next chapter in the work that we've all been involved with and devoted to. So with that, maybe we'll turn it over to Taylor. It's great to have Taylor here to talk to us about what has been going on with the team since we last met.
Certainly. Thank you, Jeff. So like Jeff said, I'm going to be diving into the plan for some of our active SASB projects and hopefully give an indication on the direction of travel for those particular projects. So starting with the 3 projects that are on today's agenda, earlier this month, the SASB Standards Board released recommended changes and bases for conclusion for each of these 3 projects: content governance and internet and media services, plastic risks and opportunities, and alternative products in the food and beverage sector. And all of those materials are available on our website, and they're a product of a lot of staff research, market consultation with more than, I want to say, 100 companies and investors, lots of board and staff discussion, as you all know, and many iterations of these materials. So really encourage folks to go check those out. And as Jeff indicated earlier, these recommended changes represent the changes that the SASB Standards Board would have pursued, including an invitation for public comment if there were sufficient time to advance the projects as per the rules of procedure. So moving forward, those recommended changes will be passed along to the ISSB, and decisions on the SASB standards will be managed by the ISSB moving forward and will undergo the ISSB's due process. The next 2 projects are a bit earlier on in the overall project life cycle. So these are renewable energy and electric utilities. and GHG emissions in marine transportation. And so these two projects are currently in research and market consultation. So staff has been engaging the market, talking to folks to inform initial recommendations to further engage the board on. So we haven't yet published recommended changes because we're a bit earlier on. However, both of these projects present opportunities to improve our guidance on climate issues for each of these industry standards, which are currently contemplated in the ISSB's climate exposure draft. And today we will hear an update on the renewable energy and electric utilities project. Next, moving on to our project on the SASB governance documents. These documents the board and the staff has contributed to and worked on for 10 plus years now. And so these documents, along with the underlying concepts, will be carried over to the ISSB.
Yeah, maybe I'll just jump in there a little bit on the conceptual framework. So this work, I believe it was 2013 when we published the first SASB conceptual framework, and then in 2017 when we reorganized and created the SASB Standards Board, we also put out a revised version of the conceptual framework, and then we added it back as a project, and probably should always be a standing project, because conceptual issues are the sorts of things that provide helpful guidance to the work and need to stay relevant to the work as we're doing it. And as the projects change, sometimes you realize that there's aspects of the conceptual framework that need evolution or revision. And so we had been doing work on that, and then with the impending discussion around first merger with integrated reporting to create the Value Reporting Foundation, and then working to arrange the next phase of our development. It's been something that remains an important thing to give time and attention to, and so we have had some work on that that we've been doing, and it's come up in board meetings in the last year. But it's not something that we felt like was at the point where we could sort of put together recommended changes to the conceptual framework in the same way that we have done with 3 of the projects that are ongoing. So there have been advances in thinking, and that those materials are actually available on the website. But this is going to be something that I think is an important part of the future work of the ISSB, and I think it's helpful to realize that all of this is building off of work that has been done previously. When we first drafted the conceptual framework back in 2013, it wasn't drafted from scratch. In fact, we were looking at the accounting standard setters that had already developed really solid principles for how you talk about the usefulness of information. What are the components of that? What would that mean? So just to say that this is I think an important part of the work that we have done, and will remain an important part of standard setting work going forward. And so to be seen what the next stages of that are. But I think it's important to recognize that we're continuing to think about the conceptual foundations to the work that we do.
Jeff, can I amplify that?
Please,
because I think, we did expose some of our preliminary thinking on the conceptual framework and the rules of procedure. And I will say that exposure introduced sustainability accounting standards to a lot of new people who hadn't previously been involved in it. So it was probably, I think it might have been the first time my firm actually gave a comment letter on sustainability reporting standards. Preparers, the FEI's Committee on Corporate Reporting, put together a comment letter. And so this work was instrumental in introducing these concepts and materials to an entirely new audience, which is now getting involved in sustainability reporting for, in many cases, the first time. And so I couldn't agree more, because it sets out some of the foundational thinking about what makes this different from financial reporting and traditional accounting measures. And there's a lot of similarities, but there's also some nuances and differences that are critical. And so this work, I think you're right, to have sort of as a standing project is going to be important, because it's going to continue to evolve, and keep in mind that this is going to continue to be introduced to new audiences throughout its life.
Well, I guess this is implicit in what everyone said, but it seems like the ISSB would need to have a conceptual framework and rules of procedure to guide its work. And so this, hopefully we've given them something that would be a starting point or a foundation as they structure those things for themselves.
We're not holding this one back. They get the conceptual framework as well.
I think it's an important element in the connectivity between sustainability reporting and financial reporting. So I think, yeah, people need to understand where the similarities are and where the differences are. And so I think, yeah, it would be good if the ISSB could actually take that on relatively soon, right, as a guide, because it will also help actually prepare us and others, in addition to the ISB itself, in thinking through where sustainability reporting standard setting actually is different from accounting standard setting.
Thank you for those comments. Moving on to our next two projects on human capital management and diversity, equity, and inclusion. These two projects are going to inform the ISSB's consultation on agenda priorities, which will occur later this year, and provide stakeholders across the world to share input on the ISSB's initial work plan. And both of these projects focus on issues that are quite broad and where we've received significant input from investors and from corporates on the need for more disclosure on these two issues across a number of different industries. And then lastly is our work on internationalization. As folks have already mentioned, this is a top priority for the ISSB and refers to the staff's work to improve the global applicability of the SASB standards. And so this is already a part of the ISSB's initial work plan. And a lot of this work is already well underway. Staff has made significant progress already, some of which can be seen through the proposed changes to the industry-based requirements that are included in the ISSB's climate exposure draft. And a key deliverable that we're working towards here is a set of exposure drafts for all 77 industry standards that address these issues around international applicability.
So this has been a project that's been well, it's been something we've been thinking about for a number of years. I'm not even sure when we first started it. It's probably always been part of what we've been thinking in some way. So, it's I think this is an important aspect of what we've been doing, and I think part of the next phase of improvement. For those who are interested in following this work and weighing in on it, yeah, what's the best way? I mean, they have a normal understanding. Folks have an understanding of how to engage with the SASB Standards Board. So, any advice on what to do here in this sort of transition period?
So there's information on the SASB website, and there will also be information on this work on the IFRS website on its work plan.
One additional comment here. What we really did with this pending consolidation is we adjusted our approach on how we're executing this project. And that's very relevant then to the ISSB climate exposure draft, where what you see within the ISSB's climate exposure draft, and particularly the industry-based requirements, is proposed solutions to the areas where we did have some type of challenge around international applicability. So there's already the opportunity right now for the public and for stakeholders to see how we're thinking about this, to see how we're approaching it and what our proposed solutions actually are, at least for the climate related metrics. And then very importantly, within the invitation to comment, we ask some specific questions to help solicit stakeholder feedback on the approach that we're taking to improve international applicability, given that it can be complex at times. And there's some very good questions that I think we're putting forward to help solicit feedback to continually inform our approach moving forward. So for really anybody listening in, would very much encourage taking a look at that part of the climate exposure draft and helping to weigh in to continually inform how staff is moving this project forward and how it will shape staff's work with the ISSB on the project going forward.
So they've got another 6 weeks or so to get those comments. It's important to keep in mind.
I just want to share a reflection that this is another example of the learning we've done over the course of this board being in existence and the standard setting work we've done. We started out with a really U.S. market context and goal, and that was reflected in the selection of board members on the SASB Standards Board. And then we heard from the market. We heard from investors who have global portfolios that they want to see the same information across every company in their portfolio, including CalSTRS. And then we heard from companies outside of the US that they want to use SASB standards and they need a few tweaks to make it useful for them too. And so staff has pivoted and the board has pivoted. And this is one of the learnings I think that has led to the formation of the ISSB. And it's just a wonderful example of the continued need to enhance and evolve.
Suzanne?
Yeah, just those of you who've been following the meetings will know that I prefer to speak also to the European perspective. And as one of the standard board's members that was invited here as part of the internationalization efforts, I think it's just worthwhile also mentioning to the audience that in the work of developing the European standards, we have been leaning heavily on the existing SASB standards. So what we did was to match up the SASB standards with the European approach of using the NACI codes. And that resulted in a piece of work that we have been able to share with the SASB staff, which points to the fact that you are mentioning, Verity, that many of the disclosures are US specific. So if we can weed those out or have them separate, then that is a healthy exercise. Another insight was that many of the sector specific standards or disclosures may not be sector specific as such, but they are used as, you know, the door you go through to identify what are the key disclosure metrics that you should use as a company. So that's IP that SASB has generously shared with us is something that we built upon. And I think there's a lot of room to actually continue that work. But just to say that the European standards currently have a section on sector specific, and that's the SASB standards.
That's great. Thanks for sharing the connection there. That's wonderful. Bob.
Brian, certainly internationalization deals with terminology, but also can deal with language. So could you update the audience on what we've done in terms of translating, SASB standards or other SASB information?
And also speak to the future of that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Janine, you might be better positioned.
I was going to ask Amanda. We've translated the SASB standards into multiple languages, at least 5. And all of those translations will continue to be maintained for the time being. And we definitely continue to want to invest in more and more languages.
And in due course, I know that the IFRS Foundation puts a lot of emphasis on different languages and already has infrastructure in place to make that happen on an ongoing basis.
I just have one more point I'd like to share before handing things back over to you and moving into our staff presentations. And that is just to thank the SASB Standards Board on behalf of the staff. It has really been an incredible and rewarding experience to work alongside and in partnership with you all. And I think I can speak for all of our current and our past staff that have been a part of the organization. As we all know, this work can be incredibly challenging and demanding and complex, but also very meaningful. And so it's just been a wonderful experience. And I can also say confidently that the staff is very excited to continue this work under the ISSB. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Taylor. That's wonderful to hear. And feels like a little bit like I'm hearing from my heart that the heart would like to thank me for existing, because the team is the hearts of the organization
And
that
the
keeps it
brains.
going. And the brains. It's really all of it. So, the board is just this sense of self. That's thanks you for that. Thanks for being here. So we'll do a little reconfiguration of who's here at the table, and go ahead and invite Sam to come join us, and also Greg.
While we're waiting, Jeff, can I make a comment on, we did the human capital slide fairly quickly.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to highlight, and this kind of follows on Verity's comment about learnings that we've had. The research that's been done on diversity, equity, and inclusion here in the last couple of years has been definitely, a new chapter where we've gone from something that had started out as industry-specific standard setting to recognizing it's a global topic. But as true to SASB form, we have actually put another layer on DE&I. And I encourage people, because I've been talking about it almost weekly. It's come up in conversations about diversity, equity, inclusion is certainly a cross-cutting issue. But the work that the SASB staff has done through interactions with all kinds of stakeholders has really been helpful to understand why it matters, and it matters slightly differently in different industries, or in different business models, I should say. And so I encourage people to sort of look at that as a great example of how the mix of cross-cutting issues and industry lens can really help further sustainability reporting. So it's been great work, and I commend the staff on that, and through lots of interactions with lots of stakeholders. But that's great stuff that's on the SASB website. People to look at.
Yeah, there was great content there. And I would say that, this has just been one of the projects, of all the projects that we've worked on. The Human Capital Project has been one in which there has been great interest, and the DE&I component of the Human Capital Management Project has been particularly so, I think. It's constant offers to help coming in from the outside side, because there is so much interest in that. And so I'm sure the interest in that project will carry over as the work on it does as well. Great. So again, thanks Taylor for the overview there. Since we've got two more people here, I'll go ahead and ask both Sam and Greg to introduce themselves.
Hi there. So I'm Sam Wallace. I'm an analyst on the research team, and I'm the sector lead for technology and communications.
And Greg?
Hi all. Greg Waters, Associate Director of Research for the SASB Standards.
Great. It's great to have you both here today. And I think Sam, you're gonna be taking us through this. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. So this is gonna be the first of three of the projects for which we did recommended changes. And so what we're gonna do is talk about the recommended changes for this particular project on content governance in the internet media and services industry. But again, just to kind of like set the stage for what that means is that this is not what we're proposing to revise in the standards and vote on today. In fact, this is probably the best description of this, I think, would be to say this is close to where we would then be coming to a determination where let's put this out for public comment as part of an exposure draft, which we'd then be reviewing those comments as they came in and redeliberating, and then putting together a final set of proposed changes, which we would vote on and then before updating the standards. So we're not going that path because there's not really time to do it. So we put those out there. So again, it's just to set the stage for what that is. But these were published 2 weeks ago or so, and so they're available to be looked at in detail along with the basis for conclusions. But we're going to go through three of those, and the first of those is the content governance. So Sam, that may have stolen a little bit of your thunder, but if so, I apologize. Hopefully it just set the stage for you. Please, the floor is yours.
Hopefully we have more thunder coming up.
More thunder.
We'll see. So yeah, thanks again, Sam Wallace. Going to talk you all through our content governance in the internet media services industry project.
I can't directly.
So objectives for today, we're going to be giving an overview of the recommended changes, like Jeff talked about, the changes we would be putting out for public comment period if we had time, and we'll highlight some of the key decisions and sort of areas of challenge within those changes, and then also be talking about a couple particular areas within the proposal that we think could benefit from additional feedback and additional market input. So this project aims at risks and opportunities around user-generated content on internet platforms. So those are platforms like social media platforms where end users are allowed to upload digital content and then share it with other users. These platforms have enabled huge connectivity around the world. They've also enabled the dissemination of a really wide range of harmful and potentially harmful human behavior. So the project found that there was a set of risks and opportunities around the moderation and the governance of that content that was not fully accounted for by the Internet Media and Services Standard. And so the goal was to evaluate the standard to see if it was appropriate to add additional topics and metrics covering those issues around user-generated content. So this project has been ongoing for about 2 years. Since 2021, we've been in a targeted research period with the aim of developing these changes that we're going to overview today. And then most recently, of course, we all talked about some of these issues in March at the most recent board meeting and really got into some of the challenges and some of the proposals that we finalized in this recommendation. So now we'll be getting into the nuts and bolts of the recommended changes. And again, another reminder that the full set of changes along with the basis for conclusion that explains our rationale for developing and proposing those changes can be found on our website, on the SASB website, on the project page for content governance. So in terms of why this project fits the SASB criteria, evidence of ESG impact, it's a frequently discussed and studied subject areas, or the effects of platform like social media on social fabric, on issues like government. It's also a topic that's of high interest to investors. It's one that investors describe as frequently being very opaque. They understand that this set of issues is very important. Companies spend a lot of money on them. It's very important to their business, but that they really don't have a sense of sort of what's going on under the hood, how companies are approaching the actual management of these issues and the oversight of these issues, and sort of what the scale is of some of these problems. So, and in terms of financial impact, 3 really clear channels of financial impact. The first one is direct costs, which can be really quite substantial for many companies in these industries, can stretch into the billions for some of the large companies to police their platforms. There's brand safety concerns because many of these platforms make their money from advertising, and so advertisements appear next to often user-generated content, which could be unwanted. And then finally, this is an area that's heavily scrutinized by regulators with a currently present and growing threat of additional regulation. There are either recent proposals or proposals on the table, in just to name a few, in China, in the US, in the EU, in Great Britain, that would really look at severely sort of increasing the penalties for companies, putting a much higher burden on companies to remove certain kinds of content, and really increasing the potential penalties and risks for companies for failing to properly remove and police content on their platforms.
Actually, just before you go to that next slide, I think this is a really helpful slide. One of the things I like about this is that in some of the discussion around what different standard setting organizations are trying to accomplish, there's a lot of discussion around financial materiality, and as if it's a separate set, like totally separate set of issues than other ways that you might approach what is considered to be material. And I think this is a great example of how investors are going to want to know about things that affect the company that they're investing in, but the impacts of the company's activities is a great place to start thinking about what is it that's likely to affect the ability of the company to generate enterprise value going forward. So it's a different filter. It then translates into different related information because it's a different user. But it's not really an entirely separate set of issues. These are definitely related in some sense. So I think it's well captured in the slide. Just wanted to comment. I think that's a great job on this one.
Great, Jeff. No, thanks very much. I appreciate that. And there's definitely also in this issue, I mean, there's also a lot of talk about sort of like the long-term effects on companies, their brand, their ability to hire. We think that those effects are a little bit less clear in terms of like direct impact on enterprise risk. But yeah, clearly.
One of the other things, I think even before you joined, like when Greg had brought up to the board early on in this project in the research phase, another potential ESG impact that we didn't end up scoping into the project was any humans, employees working at the companies that had to actually go through this kind of content and what the health and safety of those people were. Those are the kinds of things. But that's why Jeff's right. This slide is perfect in describing sort of our approach to how we decide what topics to work on, and then how we decide to scope them, because there was evidence of ESG impact, but then you got to go through financial impact. Is it likely to be really relevant and material on an enterprise value basis? And you got to get through those two sort of filters and investor interest. The third is before you sort of get to what gets into the standard setting. That's why this was so helpful a slide to lay it out this way, is it really sort of shows our approach.
I think it's a great slide, and like it for a third reason. One of the challenges with many ESG issues, and you flagged it here, direct costs, right? A company has to spend X dollars on moderation, has to be budgeted. They have to think about the risks. And to Jeff's earlier point, that number, arriving at that number, you don't pick a number and then live with the consequences. You have to think about simultaneously, what are the reputational risks? What are the regulatory risks that we're accepting at this level of expenditure? You can't spend as much as you want because it's a very expensive, labor-intensive activity. So how much do you spend? And you're balancing your current financial results. How much cost are you willing to carry against the potential long-term reputational regulatory impact? So this slide makes it very clear, and I think that highlights the underlying financial logic of bringing the standards into the financial conversation.
Yeah, thanks very much all for those comments. That's really helpful. And just a quick follow-up from Mark's comments, actually. It's a really good point about sort of the effects on worker safety. And we ended up scoping this project to exclude those because we felt that was really a different kind of set of ESG issues around worker health and safety versus sort of user health and platform effect. But yeah, great point that that's potentially something that could be involved in a future project, but really trying to focus in here on the key issue of sort of platform content and how companies are managing that and what the effect is of that on the platform and on society. So in terms of our recommendation to cover these issues, the recommendation is to create a new topic within the internet media and services industry around content governance and freedom of expression. We're proposing 5 new metrics to cover some of these risks around the harms related to online content. And then as part of this, we also believe that 2 existing metrics that currently are in an existing topic really more appropriately belong in this new topic. Those existing metrics are around government requests to delete and remove content or services from platforms. And so again, lots of overlap here, but we do think that that's a sort of set of risks and a set of management approaches in terms of removing things from publicly facing platforms and what's the effect of that on user expression, that really sort of fits along with this the new metrics that we're proposing. So, oops, there we go. Yeah, so in terms of what the project actually has, one of the things that I think a theme that we'll talk about a lot with this issue is sort of the complexity of the different types of risks, the different types of challenges that companies face, and just how hard it is to really understand and measure those for an outsider, from an outside perspective. So we really took the approach of trying to develop a sort of holistic set of metrics to really illuminate different pieces of the content governance model and to give investors more insight into sort of those different pieces of the model, and then to use quantitative metrics and numbers to provide a sense of sort of scale, a sense of, some more color, some more granularity, and have those numbers provide the context for the sort of qualitative metrics focused on more of a risk and governance approach for the different pieces of content governance. So this is sort of a visual representation of the user-generated content system and the different pieces that we're trying to measure here. And just sort of shows why we think it's appropriate to have 3 different discussion metrics versus just one, for example. Each of those are trying to cover and sort of shed light on a different piece of the process here and the risks and opportunities involved in each and sort of management approaches to each. So those are the 3 kind of colored arrows on this slide, are the 3 sort of qualitative metrics, and each trying to shine a bit of a light and produce disclosure on a different piece of the overall process here. So our first metric is around content moderation, and content moderation is the set of activities involved in actually removing content from platforms in terms of policing content from platforms. This is very complex. It covers lots of different issues, lots of different reasons that companies may choose to remove content or prohibit it. So the idea is to actually provide a suite of numbers here, actually a set of numbers to just provide some granularity and to sort of pierce a little bit the opaqueness that we see in some of these operations, and to sort of break it down according to what risks there are and what actions companies are taking in response to this risk. We think that these kinds of numbers could be used sort of in aggregate to compare platforms to each other, to sort of see which risks are maybe more apparent in certain platforms and how companies are responding sort of in aggregate as sort of a big picture. We also think that over time, it could give a sense of how companies are evolving on certain measures and certain actions to address some of the challenges here. One key point in this approach is the decision to break down these numbers by harmful content category. So that's the reason why content might be prohibited or removed from the platform. This actually matches the way that companies currently set up their terms of service. It also matches the way that some companies currently disclose on these issues, is according to sort of harmful content category. And the real purpose, the rationale behind that is, it's pretty intuitive actually, that these different risks, if you're talking about child safety versus terrorism, for example, or violence or harassment, these are really
the challenge with understanding the context of these numbers. If I don't understand, the user base, the size of the organization, that sort of thing. I couldn't remember what was in this standard.
Yeah, I think monthly active users is one of them. I think that's a key one. Do you know the others?
Yeah, I think we give the platforms a pretty wide amount of runway there in terms of which activity metrics they want to report, but I believe it's currently monthly active users, and I think there's also, I think it even says entity defined measure of user activity. So, and I think it could be good to look into as we continue to research this, what other ones might be, maybe something around like the amount of content that's uploaded daily, to kind of give an idea of volume, because some of these are much more highly trafficked than others. So,
I think that's really relevant too. Just pure volume can easily affect any of these numbers, and without that context, it's hard to interpret it. So, yeah.
That's a great point. Thanks.
Yeah, it's a great point. So I won't go through all of these one by one, but we aim to produce a sort of a set of numbers again that just provides that sort of insight into what the company's doing within the category. How big is this sort of the set of risks within this category? What actions have companies taken sort of in aggregate, and then some insight into the appeals process that users have on some platforms to actually say this was taken down in error, and to appeal that decision from the platform.
Yeah, this is Kurt. I have I guess, a reaction to this. You know, you guys are clearly forging new territory with this. And, you know, it's clear that some of these metrics, and we've talked about this, you know, what's good and what's bad. Is a high percent removed good or is it bad? And so I'd be interested anyway in our thought process that to some extent these are neutral metrics, I guess. There's not a clear good or bad in each case. So do we look at this really as just a first step to create some kind of standard measures and language, or, you know, how should a user think about these or an investor think about them?
Yeah, that really, really good question. Definitely a challenge here. I think that the idea is that that's absolutely correct. You know, I don't think you could look at one of these numbers individually and say, oh, this number needs to go up or needs to go down, or could be compared against platforms to say this platform is doing a better job. We do think that, you know, in aggregate and in context with other data, this could start to give an idea of sort of how companies are doing and how they're progressing over time. But we really do think that this set of information needs to be looked at kind of holistically, and we do believe that and hope that investors are sort of sophisticated enough to know that, and not to just pull out a number and says, oh, this is a high number, so this means you must be doing a bad job on this.
Did we push back from corporates as far as reporting this, or is most of this data, you know, going to be available in some form anyway?
Yeah, great question. So I think some of the metrics do match existing disclosures that companies disclose. There's a couple that I think we are pushing a little further on. This final one, average user views of removed content, for example, is a metric that we were sort of working with some corporate disclosures to try to get right. But that's definitely an area where I think we want more kind of market input to make sure that we correctly, and that, you know, maybe are these the sort of the 5 best numbers to produce to really give that insight.
As I said, I think we talked about this a little at the last public meeting, but I just add that I would hope that the qualitative disclosures will be a way to shed some light on what the numbers mean. Because I mean, there was a reference earlier to whether a high number of removals is good or bad. You don't really even know what high means, because you'd have to have some sense of how much should have been removed relative to the company's policies, and it's very hard to get at that. Sort of the same is true of appeals. Is a low number of successful appeals good, or does it suggest bias in whatever bias is in the initial process also affects the appeal process? I can't think of a solution for that, but again, I would hope that the descriptive metrics, the qualitative metrics, might shed some light on the quality of the process rather than just the absolute.
Absolutely, Dan. And I think we do have a pretty high degree of confidence that we've got there in terms of, you know, the governance and risk management approach. Because as you say, I mean, if you're worried about content moderation, a pure number on content removals, it's not going to really tell you about type 1 error or type 2 error. You could be incorrectly removing something, or you could just be not removing something that, you know, you don't even know what you don't know, right? So an inherent limitation of quantitative metrics here, but we do think, as Sam mentioned, as we can read more fully in the basis, because we've had this type of discussion in previous meetings, that we do still feel that there's quite a lot of value to be had here in a quantitative table like this.
I think you can certainly look at financial statements and say, what am I supposed to learn from cost of goods sold? You know, like, you know, is 0 the right number? Like I don't think so. You should be spending something on the products you sell. So I think it's important to think about this in context. And so the points are very well taken. That I think future work on this would need to make sure that the full set of qualitative and quantitative metrics together are producing information that is going to be decision useful. And I never miss an opportunity to talk about the conceptual framework. So the way I think about this is thinking about what are we trying to get at with this set of metrics, and to what extent do we think that they collectively are going to be representationally faithful. So moving with the underlying issue that is trying to be captured, and then that we've got related concepts in our conceptual framework around the completeness of the set of metrics to make sure that we've got enough in there that we aren't missing something. What we don't actually have explicitly in our conceptual framework, but I think it's a thing to think about going forward, is a related concept around completeness that we haven't sort of gone too far. Like, is something necessary or helpful? And so this is one of the challenges we faced in developing disclosure standards, as opposed to thinking about things that are bounded more naturally by financial statement elements. And so, more conceptual thinking to be done there, I'm sure. But the points are all well taken. That these are the things that would need to be confirmed through additional feedback. Is that we've got enough of the right issues, and that when taken together, especially over time, especially with the qualitative characteristics, that is going to be something that would turn out to be decision useful, and something that companies can actually provide the information for.
Yeah, thanks. These are excellent comments and really, really spot on. And I think we could sort of, it is, I think, reasonable to think of this as something of a first step, to paraphrase, I think, investor feedback here, it's sort of like, we just want to know what's going on. Like, what are the sizes of this different problems? Like, how many, what are we talking about? Like, what's the scale? Like how big is this sort of generally, and what are the different pieces kind of in aggregate look like? So yeah, really, really exactly right, I think, with those additional sort of clarifying comments. And following up on that, particular sort of angle is this idea of sort of like, what's going on is, this was a really frequent thing that we heard from investors, was a desire to understand just sort of like overall, how big was this problem and how big of a business management investment are companies making into this. Really, really difficult to sort of compare the size of the challenges across different sizes of platforms and types of platforms. So we really settled on this sort of clean, number as actually being the best way to produce that comparability across platforms of different sizes and types, and just to give a sense of sort of what does this mean in terms of your business processes, in terms of your business investment, how much are you actually putting into this?
I wonder if there's a little bit of the same issue with this number too, because, and first of all, I guess views might vary from company to company about what counts as expenditure on content moderation. And then beyond that, I wonder if there would be differences depending upon how heavily you were human reliant versus reliant on automated processes. And I'm not sure which is better. I assume the automated would be cheaper, but that might not necessarily mean that you weren't doing as good of a job. So again, this is a data point, but I think it would have to be understood in context.
Yep, excellent. I think also exactly right again. Yeah.
You'd want to know that companies are not just spending and not getting enough value out of that spend, overspending, and then conversely that this is not just an invitation to a whole set of service providers to create, to size the market and then ratchet it up without the benefit of the, the protection to the users and to the company revenue at risk and so on.
I think it's fine to put out information. I think it's actually appropriate to put out information that's neutral, that's not trying to say this is good, this is bad. We're trying, financial reporting is the same way. You're trying to reflect what actually happened, what actually happened, and have the conversation between the investor and the company as to whether that's good, bad, or indifferent compared to what they're trying to do. So I don't have any problem with that. I do see the thing that I think is going to be hard. The thing that I think we're going to need to deal with this one, and it comes up in the next project too, around dollar amounts or currency unit amounts spent versus percentages, and whether we should be thinking about it in terms of asking for amounts expended, or whether we should be talking about it as percentage of expenses or something like that. I do think we're going to have there's a cross-cutting issue there about how you think about that. And I think there's also a cross-cutting issue with the IASB, because anytime you're sort of thinking from a sustainability standpoint of reflecting in a sustainability disclosure something that's recognized and measured already on the financial statements, it would probably, my recommendation would be to either staff to staff or board to board, ISSB and IASB, talk about an approach, and how to, there's no, again, it's not good, bad, or indifferent, but it's just to sort of agree on how do we think about these things as an IFRS organization around trying to give scale, financial scale to some of these ESG issues, and what's a good way to do it that both the IASB staff and the ISSB staff and the boards sort of agree upon, because it comes up in the next project too.
It was an interesting point earlier about the activity metrics when Elizabeth raised that, because we've used activity metrics as a way to contextualize the disclosures that are being required as part of the standards, and so to the extent that an activity metric is a really useful way to contextualize information. If it's doing a good job, then you often don't need to, in the disclosure, probably put in a percentage, because there's going to be a useful activity metric there. There'll be other times where the feedback might suggest a very particular contextualization that needs to take place, and it's not going to be general enough to say this is an activity metric, and so it probably belongs just in the context of a particular disclosure, and then there'll be a question of, if you are dividing by something, do you disaggregate, or do you only put out the number? I think it doesn't come up in the previous metric, because there you define a number and then say, so you've got it disaggregated as part of the disclosure, and then percentages of it. And so essentially you've got a numerator, denominator, I don't know if math, numerator, denominator, and then the outcome. And if you've defined one of those and you provide a second one, you have enough pieces that you actually understand why percentages are changing, because you defined well that. So that metric captures it perfectly on its own. Again, so long as, that's a great example that the number of harmful items removed isn't its own activity metric. It's a disclosure that you can then provide additional context on through the other percentages there. So, I mean, there's always a lot of work to do and work on, when is it right to use the same sort of measure that, the same approach we've used in another context. And that's why we have a conceptual framework, for example.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. So let's move into some of the qualitative metrics, hopefully, and see if we sort of cover some of the challenges here. So our first metric is on risk identification and mitigation. And the rationale for this is that, again, the sort of the set of challenges is so broad, it varies so much by platform size, by platform geography, by the type of user that makes up the user base, and the type of content that's posted on the platform, that really a huge piece of this puzzle is just understanding, what are the challenges we face, what are the potential bad, good or bad effects from those, and then also, what are maybe new challenges that we aren't sort of anticipating, or new risks, because that's something that has been very common in this industry and in this set of topics, where something is new and bubbles up very quickly, and all of a sudden becomes this major headache and crisis for a company. And just because of the pure size of these platforms, that's something that happens frequently, and it's easy to do. So yeah, again, this is really looking at sort of a risk and management, governance and controls approach, and how companies are identifying those risks and which ones they see as being the biggest challenges for them on their platform from a management perspective and from a potentially harmful social perspective. So the second qualitative metric is around the algorithmic process of the platform and display and recommendation. So one whole set of activity is defining what's not allowed on the platform, and then removing it from the platform. That we're calling content moderation. But then also there's, in terms of the platform, the content that is allowed, obviously companies have a pretty wide ability to influence what users see, their experience on the platform, and potentially the effects that can have on sort of second order on society, for example. So many platform algorithms really aim to weight a certain specific kind of content or a specific kind of conversation that they aim to promote. And then you can also see content that might not be illegal, for example, certain types of misinformation, or maybe, you could think about dark or sort of suicide adjacent content that might not be illegal, but that could be really harmful to society or to users if viewed in aggregate, for example. So this metric intends to provide some insight for investors on how companies are thinking about weighting their algorithms, what those algorithms are valuing, and then how those account for potential risks from harmful content and behavior. The third and final qualitative metric is on content moderation. This is the set of activities involved in actually defining what's prohibited on platforms and removing it from platforms. Really, really complex set of activities, often involving heavily resource intensive. And companies take really different approaches to content moderation. Some rely very heavily on machine learning and AI to remove content. Some rely very heavily on outsourced labor versus in-house labor. And some platforms like Reddit, for example, rely almost entirely on volunteer moderators to actually remove certain types of content and to police the forums. And the request from investors was to understand, again, how big are these different mechanisms? How do they fit together? How are they overseen within the company? Just a general understanding of sort of how the different pieces of content moderation fit together. And then this metric also covers the appeals process if companies have a process by which users can appeal content that they believe was deleted from the platform in error. So gonna just highlight, I think that there's a complex proposal and there's a lot here. So certainly open to sort of market feedback and board feedback on anything in this proposal, but just highlight a couple things that we think are really appropriate for further engagement and potentially feedback from the market. So the first one is on those, and luckily we've actually touched on a couple of these in the meeting. So the first is on this content moderation table, as astute board members. The first is on the content moderation table is that question of like, did we really get those numbers right? Should we be defining them differently? Are those, again, we know that one number can't sort of tell a whole story or really even have maybe a value judgment on it, but have we sort of given investors the most appropriate insight into the sort of different pieces of this, into the different risks? And, are these the best numbers that we could use to provide that additional context? The second one is on the total amount spent on content governance. We've had pretty extensive conversations with board members and with the market about how to sort of structure this metric. Like Jeff was talking about, we discussed structuring it as a ratio or as a percentage of financial statements or as business units versus just one sort of clean figure. The other decision was around whether we should be really prescriptive and saying, this should include this A, B, C, D, E kinds of costs, or whether we should leave that open-ended and allow companies to define what kinds of costs they're including in that number. And so the decision in this proposal is to just provide a simple, clean dollar figure and to leave that open-ended, but to require companies to actually disclose what they're producing and what they're including in those calculations. So that was the decision that from our feedback seemed most comparable for investors and most faithful, but again, something that could benefit from further engagement. And then finally, if we've really sort of properly captured, as we've discussed, the sort of major risks and opportunities related to this project in the best way that we can, given the complexity.
Can I just ask, I don't remember if we've discussed this before, but in terms of the last question and asking companies to disclose their policies on what's displayed and kind of what's promoted to users and what isn't, well, are companies likely to regard that as proprietary and something they don't want to disclose? I think I read that Elon Musk proposes to require Twitter to disclose its algorithms if he gains control, which I take it they don't disclose now, or he wouldn't be making that proposal.
Yeah, this is a great question about sort of what's the line in terms of what would be proprietary information among companies. I think that we really tried to land at a place where this aligns generally with what we think the companies are willing to disclose and what maybe some have gone sort of far enough to disclose in this space. There are a couple companies that have disclosed how much money, for example, they're spending on content governance. They probably did it because of pressure from regulators and users, but still, so there's precedent for these kinds of things. But I think that that's a key point and like something that we'll be interested in more market feedback on.
Sam, you made a good point. So three things. Where we talked about the amount spent, that can be good because it's just a big statement versus being really prescriptive. But you made a really important point, which disclose the amount spent and then talk about what you included or what you didn't. And that was not evident in the other words you presented. So as long as that second piece is in what you're proposing, I think that's really important. Now, we'll get a lack of comparability to start, but over time, we may get to some kind of common ground as to what should be in and what shouldn't be in. So that was point number one. Point number two, in the way that the metrics were set up, and I just don't recall how it's going to end up, but personally, I like the approach stuff first and the metric second. So you get, so I get the broad, then I get the details versus you just bang, give me a number and then tell me how you do it. It's, let me kind of understand how you're doing, and then by the way, what are the metrics? So I sort of like that order. We've been known, for the metrics part of what we do, but that's one thing on order. And then just maybe another comment in this particular project. Are there a lot of internationalization modifications that need to be made or not?
This has been kind of a native international issue, I would say. So I don't think we're particularly concerned about that. Obviously, the markets that you operate in are going to have very different regulations. If you look at the attitude towards the platforms and then the rules and regulations in the United States, very different from Europe, very different from, say, China. But I think it's been encouraging to see that I think whenever we add a new piece of evidence into the library of evidence around why this stuff matters, it's been consistent with how we've discussed them here, and that's been consistent across geography as well.
So you're saying as you see this developing, is it going to be an added regional jurisdiction kind of issue that companies are going to have to address?
This is really interesting. Personally, Sam, I'd be curious as to your opinion here as well, but my view on this is that this standard could actually be really useful for companies that are facing what could be an absolute monsoon of jurisdictional requests for information in slightly different pieces of information, presented slightly different ways and captured slightly different ways. And I think we're seeing that, when we talk about the regulatory initiatives here, that's where they're going. They're not always getting to numbers yet. I think we're probably a couple of years away in some cases, but there is going to be this demand. But I think it's about the same issues, it's about the same activities, and it's about the same risks. So in that sense, we do think there's a real opportunity here for the standard to potentially be, a baseline for how jurisdictions think about this. Some might want to go further on algorithmic recommendations, for example. But we think that we've landed on a really good place in terms of this seems like a very reasonable thing. Just at a very high level, tell us about what are the key drivers of what appears on somebody's screen. And if a jurisdiction wants to go much further and say, how do you deal with disinformation campaigns, and show us all the numbers related to that in my country, they can do so. But at least they have a global place to start with.
I think with the table that's proposed, it does have the potential to lend itself to the type of thing that could have, when you look at the reported information, regional characteristics, things that look more typical for companies operating in particular regions, because of what is going to be asked of them, what they're trying to stay in compliance with. And so if it does a good job of capturing business activity, then when business activities tend to differ in one region or the other, well, the profile of data would look different, but that's still going to be potentially quite useful for users to understand, like, what, is this company in line with the leading edge or potentially like at risk for how it's operating, where it operates. I think that is kind of the goal. So I like the where we've landed on this, and curious to see sort of next steps. But I I do know like a lot of work has gone into this, and I'm glad that you're both at the table here because you too, Greg and Sam, have had a lot have done a lot of the work on getting us to where we are at this point. I wish I could, say that like we could, like, let's go to the next step. So it's not my responsibility, but certainly exciting to see where we've landed on this. And so, since these proposed changes, these recommended changes have been published on the website, they're available. So any suggestions for people that are interested in this project, what you would sort of recommend?
Yeah, you can absolutely reach out to me individually. Yep, there's my email address. That's probably the best way to get in touch. There's also a comment page on the website. And yeah, very, very happy to hear market feedback.
Any other comments from the board, Suzanne?
Just a reflection, because this is somewhat similar to disclosure on business ethics issues, and where the legal profession would have lots of considerations, certainly also from a litigation perspective. So have you had a particular engagement with legal advisors on this, and I think that's back to is many is moderating a lot of content, is that good or bad? I think that's where lawyers would have different views.
Sam, I don't believe that we've specifically sought out like a general. I know that we've had legal representation on some of the calls we've had with companies in the past, but I don't think we've kind of, from a specific legal perspective, kind of reached out and said, it's certainly relevant if you think about most of this regulation is around the liability of a platform and how liable should a platform be for the content that users post on it. So I think we've just thought of that through the lens of regulatory risk and the potential for really significant sanctions in some areas. But it's a really interesting comment, Suzanne. Thanks.
So we've got, we'll be mindful of time. We got a couple of points to get through. Was that a direct follow-up?
No.
No. It's Mark.
Yeah, so just a general thought on this project as I reflect back on it and where it's come. I just think it's a fantastic example of how we've done sort of the industry-based layering of the research, because if you are in this industry, there's no more critical thing than this topic. For a manager in that business or for an investor in that business, for anybody who's sort of following those businesses, this is a topic that's top of mind. And the work that you've done to sort of to try to highlight the issues and propose some, recommend some disclosures and recommend some things that would enhance the dialogue around this is fantastic. It's probably not a topic that you ever would have found if you had come from a top-down type of approach. So having this mix of an industry lens and a cross-industry thing, I think is extremely powerful, because for anybody that's in this business, this is top of mind topic. For anybody that's in a completely different business, you would never even be thinking about something like this. So I just think it's a great example, and it's just I commend you've done a lot of work, and you guys can put out a taxonomy, and there's all kinds of activity and resources available on the website that if you're interested in learning more about it, there's plenty of materials there.
And as quickly as I can, I want to also thank you and commend you for really, we wanted to tackle emerging issues as a priority when we set out, and this is definitely one of those. And it was so fast evolving in the global industry of companies affected by these issues. And you did a great job at making sure that you were constantly focused on the enterprise value to the companies and the relevance of that for investors. Well, there was a lot of sort of political and regulatory sort of winds blowing in many different directions. And I think the resulting recommendations here are really at the core of what really matters and what will be durable as this issue continues to evolve over time. So great job.
I completely agree with Verity on that. And I would say, just a second aspect to what Mark said in terms of like, this is a great example of like the industry component of essentially getting to key business activities and things to manage. The way I also think about this is that, oftentimes when we're talking about something that we'd like companies to disclose, it's very easy to say, well, that's really complicated. That's very complicated. I'm not sure how we could actually talk about that because that's very complicated. And yet I think But the issue is real, and you have to manage this inside of the company. The companies have to make decisions, right? What will they do? Who will do it? How will they evaluate whether it's being done? The business activity is complicated, and so what we're just trying to do is provide a layer of transparency around that, so that there's the ability to facilitate accountability related to it. So thank you for your work in tackling a very challenging and super exciting issue, and for getting us to the point where we are today. Thanks for putting together the board materials and for walking us through it, in particular for taking the lead on that, Sam. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you all. Really, really excellent feedback and comments throughout the process. So appreciate that.
Thanks. So we'll, with that, we'll go ahead and move to our next topic for the day, which I believe is plastics. And so a change at the table, and we'll go ahead and invite Tori to come up, Tori Yoshida. This topic is it's going to be another one of the projects for which we were to the point where we could put together recommended changes, which we would have put out an exposure draft had we had time to actually receive those public comments. So we're happy to have Tori with us today. Tori, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. So my name is Tori Yoshida. I'm an analyst at the research team. Very happy to be here, and I'll be covering the plastics risk and opportunities in the chemical standard today.
Great, thank you. So the floor is yours, Tori. Thanks.
And just to note that this project is at the same stage as the content governance project, so you have a very similar presentation structure. So we'll first cover the recommended changes for the chemical standard, and we'll also cover the questions for further engagement at the end. And before we go into the recommended changes, I'll just brief everyone on what this project is about. So this project started with the increasing focus on the impact on the plastics usage that has been influencing a regulatory environment and also shifting the market demand. And through the research and consultation, it was found that the risks and opportunities associated with the single-use plastics in the chemical standard was financially material. However, in the current chemical standard, it is currently not reflected. So for the project objective is to evaluate this addition of a new disclosure topic and also metrics that can reflect the risk and opportunities associated with single-use plastics for a chemical standard. And the timeline, this project started third quarter of 2020. We've done the research phase and also consultation phase, and same as the other projects as well, but the recommended changes and basis for conclusion was recently published on June 2nd, so you can also find that on our project website. And now we'll go into the recommended changes for the chemical standard. So coming up for this recommended changes, the board has considered the three types of evidences, which is the ESG impact, financial impact, and also investor interest. And for the ESG impact, there are many environmental concerns associated with the single-use plastics uses, such as increasing marine waste or resource consumption. And for the financial impact, due to the shift in the market demand, there are going to be impacts in the revenue realm, but also cost side as well, because there are going to be increase in investment from the company's side to create alternative solutions or products, and also for the regulatory costs as well. And for the investor interest, many investors are very well aware of this plastics and single-use plastics issues, and some institutions have been focusing their investment into more innovative plastic solutions, or some are even slowing down on the investment in the traditional plastic sector. And of course, many institutions are also publishing research reports talking about these issues. And throughout the consultations, many investors have talked about how they would like a more comprehensive, consistent, and also reliable information from the chemicals companies, because they want to better understand and better assess the company performance. And based on these three evidence, the board has recommended to add a new disclosure topic, which is a management of single-use plastics for a chemical standard. What this topic is about is how the single-use plastic products have many environmental impact concerns, as we mentioned earlier, and that leads to external pressure from a regulatory perspective and also social and economical perspectives that ultimately leads to shift in the market demand, which ultimately impacts the chemicals companies' businesses in the risks and opportunities presented. plastics. And the chemicals companies here, they are the ones who are providing the polymers and resins that goes into the single-use plastic products, such as plastic bottles that we use every day. They are not the one who are creating a single-use plastic. They're not the one who's creating the end products of the single-use plastic bottles. And to measure this, disclosure topic of management of single-use plastics, the board recommends to add 5 metrics. 4 of them are quantitative, and one of them is qualitative. And we'll cover each of them one by one regarding the intent and the background of each of these metrics. So the first is for the investors to understand the exposure or the current situation of the chemicals companies are in with regards to the single-use plastics businesses. So the first metrics asks for the revenue from products sold for using the manufacture of single-use plastics. So this is really for, just as I mentioned earlier, to understand exposure or the current status of the companies regarding the single-use plastics. And throughout the consultations, investors have mentioned that revenue is provides a good insight regarding risks, and also preparers have also mentioned that revenue is a good indicator, a fair representation for them as well regarding their current status. So this is first just setting the scene for everyone to understand what is the current status of the company. And then going to the second metric. The second metric, sorry about that. Okay. The second metric is also about revenue. However, it's a little bit different from the first metric. This is really looking into the opportunity side of it, where we're asking the companies to disclose the products that are intended to reduce the environmental impact of single-use plastic. So this is not about single-use plastic products, but products that are alternative to single-use plastic that can reduce the environmental impact. And this is for the investors to understand how the companies are actually capturing these opportunities and actually creating new solutions, such as recyclable polymers or degradable polymers, or even recycling technologies like chemical recycling. And companies that can provide these alternative solutions, they would have a higher chances or potential to have a higher revenue or better market share or even price premium as well. And going to the third metric, this is the research and development expenditures and capital expenditures associated with the business activities that are intended to reduce the environmental impact of the single-use plastics. So this is more in the R&D and CapEx realm, and we use the word business activities here, not products. And the business activities can mean, it can include from the designing to developing of alternative solutions, or it could also be incorporating alternative raw materials into the production, or it could also be investing in technologies or logistics that can better advance the plastics recycling further. And this is for the investors to understand the financial commitment and also the business strategy direction of how they're actually going to manage the single-use plastics issue. And just to additionally note here is that its R&D and CapEx disclosure is actually also mentioned in the engagement guide notes that are in the UNPRI and Ellen MacArthur Foundation. These are the 2 key organizations that are leading this plastics issues in the chemicals industry. And they're the one who's creating these questionnaires for investors to use for better engagement with their companies. So within that, they already have these R&D and CapEx. And in addition, throughout the consultation, companies have also mentioned that they're already being asked to actually disclose these metrics. So this metric can really align, we can take the opportunity to align with the existing guidance and also the practices that the companies are currently doing. And then going into the fourth metric, so this is about the raw materials. So we're asking for the percentage of total raw materials processed for use in the manufactured inputs for single-use plastic products. That can be broken down by the virgin fossil fuels, recycled content, or renewable materials. And this is for understanding from investors' perspective of, from the investor side of how is the company meeting the regulatory demand and also the customer demand. For the regulation side, there are some jurisdictions that mandate businesses to actually incorporate recycled plastics as a raw material for their plastic production. So companies that are in those jurisdictions will face some challenges. They are not incorporating those recycled content materials. And also for the customer side, which are chemicals companies' customers, like large companies like PepsiCo or Coca-Cola, they are now moving towards more of a recycled material packaging. So that's also another big demand shift that's happening, and that the companies will need to also start thinking about incorporating these raw materials into their plastic production. And another thing to mention here is that, again, this raw material composition topic is also mentioned in the UNPRI Ellen MacArthur Foundation Engagement Guide Notes again. So again, we can align to the existing guideline here to harmonize the disclosure and also reduce the reporting burden for the companies as well. And going to the fifth metric, so this is a qualitative metric. This is the last metric we have. And up until now, we have discussed on the business activities and the R&D capex and revenue associated with, mitigating the environmental impacts of the single-use plastics. And now this metric is going to take one step further, where we're going to be asking the companies to talk about the actual and potential environmental and social impacts from those business activities that can mitigate the environmental impact. And this came from a very high interest from many investors talking about how they would like to understand the unintended consequence that happens from these alternative solution development or their business activities to actually mitigate the environmental impact, so that they can view these alternative solutions in an unbiased way and they can have a more complete set of information so that they can better assess the company's performance. For example, a company who is developing a biodegradable polymer and they are using different raw materials, which could, for example, could be agricultural crops, for example, and that can conflict or overlap with, for example, our human food source, and that could, in the long run, can lead to food scarcity issue, for example. And that is an unintended social impact that is definitely not the chemicals company's intent. However, that could be another risk that the companies could be exposing themselves into, and that's something that investors would be more, of course, interested in knowing on all these risks. So, so that is, and another thing to note is that this is also similar to the EU taxonomy regulation on their economic activities. How they define it is that if economic activity is environmentally sustainable, if there are no other environmental consequence that comes out of it. So this is pretty much very similar. And the investors that were consulted, wasn't just only from Europe, but also from US and everywhere. They have also mentioned very similar interests as this. So this is very much aligned. And again, at the end, just to reiterate that how this can provide a complete picture of the companies regarding how they were regarding not just their alternative solution is great, but also what are the actual other unintended consequences that we should all be thinking about.
So you've got the earlier metrics saying, tell us why you would do this. And then this is the metric saying, well, maybe tell us why you wouldn't do this.
Exactly. They can explain more about what their business activities are, and also this is something we should also think about. So exactly.
Well, wait, the first metric sounds really good, but what else does it do to you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like we got Kurt. Would you like to jump in?
Yeah, I sure would. I guess I'm kind of hearing two different things on this metric. One is, what are the things you're doing to reduce the environmental and social impact of single-use plastics through its production, transportation, use phase, and end of life, which is kind of a traditional issue. The other one is the second order one, which is, what are the impacts of the things, the secondary impacts of your attempts to reduce it? So it seems a little fuzzy here, and I could see where people might get confused around that. Are we really looking for second order impact? Okay, we produce this new polymer, but here's a full life cycle impact of the new polymer. Or are we saying you should try to minimize the impact of these single uses across the entire life cycle? So just interested in which way this one is leaning.
That's a great point, Kurt. Thank you for that question and comment. I think it is more towards the unintended side is what we're trying to get from this metric, because we do have the second and third metric, I believe, that are talking about the business activities and what they're up to mitigate the environmental impact. Of course, this metric can provide a bit more. Companies can have a contextual information, a narrative, of course, regarding what these business activities are, what their strategy is to reduce environmental impact. But the main focus here is to talk about, this is what we're doing. I mean, to talk about the unintended consequence, they need to talk about what they're doing currently. So it kind of includes both, which is what you're getting at, I think. But the main point is the unintended consequences that comes from those business activities.
And Kurt,
yeah, go ahead.
Just add here. So these are kind of, I think the term you used was a secondary impact, and I guess you could call them secondary impacts, but they're key in what we've heard from investors and corporates in determining how a company builds its strategy. So should we invest in, producing things that are, heavier? They may be more biodegradable, but they're heavier, and so that's going to increase tailpipe emissions, or they're going to result in microplastics, which introduces a whole new set of impacts. So yes, they're secondary, but they're primary concerns in terms of coming up with strategic solutions.
Yeah, interesting. It would seem like we could apply this to an awful lot of industries. I mean, we look at reducing greenhouse gases, but what's the impact of battery production? So, it's the old paper versus plastic. You can write a doctoral thesis to figure it out. So it is important stuff, but it also does open up quite an additional layer of intuition and perspective. Now, maybe this industry is straightforward enough that that's a little more quantifiable.
Having written a doctoral thesis, I'll go ahead and jump in on that. So I think that this is one of the things I really like about the approach that we take, because we're not trying to provide metrics which give companies the solution to the issues. What we're trying to do is provide companies with standards that identify metrics that are going to provide transparency around the strategies that they're taking. It's going to be up to markets and also governments to decide what it is that they want of the companies that they invest in and the companies that they allow to be operating in their jurisdictions. I think I appreciate the trying to capture key nuance, not nuance for just complexity's sake, but to the extent that it actually relates to the underlying issues to be managed. I think that's great.
It does seem that this metric stands out from the others, and I understand the complementarity and the connection, but it does seem like it has a shorter shelf life of utility. When you think about the other metrics going forward, and a lot of them are quantitative, so it does make sense that you'd want to understand the company strategy, but they might set that strategy once and then spend many years reporting on the metrics that are showing how that's going, and then maybe many years later come up with a new strategy that they would then need to discuss to explain and explain the other effects. So maybe not an annual disclosure potentially could be so useful that it would be something that we could seek market feedback on.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Okay. So I will go into the next section, which is questions for further engagement. So as we develop these recommended changes, there are some, these are the 3 key questions that we would love to further engage to get, more feedback, of course, and, further, think through and consider for these metrics. And I'll cover these 3 in the next 3 slides. And so the first metric, I think this is something that's mentioned at the content governance session as well, on the absolute value versus percentage note. And this is for our recommended metric number 1, 2, and 3, where we were asking for the revenues and R&D and CapEx information. Currently, we're asking for it in the absolute value in reporting currency. However, we did hear from companies that regarding mixed messages here regarding percentage would be better, just because of concerns of disclosing a potentially competitive information. And the board, we discussed through this, I think, last time as well, and on what would be actually decision useful, cost effective, and just think about these options through, just looking at the percentage versus absolute value. But with the percentage, I think the way we concluded was how it could lead to more misinterpretation or different storytelling by the companies. And just wanted to illustrate that here as an example on that. For example, for recommended metric number 1, this is regarding the revenue from the products sold for use in the manufacture of single-use plastics. And especially with the unique type of business models in chemicals industry, where we have a huge conglomerate versus very smaller, just focusing on plastics only or chemicals only type companies. If you look at just the conglomerate side with multi-industry businesses, their single-use plastic sold revenue, for example, being 1 billion. However, their percentage of, would be 5% because of their very large revenue. However, company focused on single industry could be 10 million in revenue. However, the percentage could be 50%, just because their business model is just focusing on one, for example, just plastic products only, and within that, half of them goes to single-use plastics related products. And as you can see here, 5%, 50%, 1 billion, 10 million, of course, is a very, this is a very extreme example here. However, it is a very different storytelling that we can see from the company side. And but with the absolute value would be more beneficial is that the analysts and the investors could take these numbers. First of all, they can just look at it as a number, as 1 billion versus 10 million. And also take that number to do further analysis on, versus with a percentage, they would have to have a lot of assumptions, or they have to understand the context a lot more for them to actually use these percentages. So with that said, for this recommend changes, we have concluded to do absolute value reporting currency. However, I think we would believe that it would be best to have more further engagement with the market to understand this balance of cost effectiveness and also feasibility and also decision usefulness.
It's really a comparability issue, that the percentages wouldn't be comparable because they mix in what's sort of the business model of the company, whereas the absolute numbers will give a comparable picture of how much they're involved with single use. I guess it seems to me too, total company revenue is a pretty readily available number. So if somebody wanted to compute the percentage of, they need a calculator, or maybe they could just do it in their head if they have the financial statement in front of them.
I think that's true for this particular example, but if you think about one of the other metrics around percentages of raw materials, right, total raw materials. So, to what extent is like total raw materials as it's intended to be defined going to be something that is on its own readily available? I think that's one of the keys. So, again, I don't think there's always going to be like one particular solution to how these challenges get solved. But if you think about some underlying principles that there might be, to the extent that there's a readily available number, pointing to it as an activity metric is probably helpful. To the extent that it's very contextual, it probably needs to be defined in the context of it. And one of the differences here between total percentages of total amount of raw materials and a percentage of that versus like the harmful content. The harmful content was its own importance disclosure metric. Total raw materials on its own is not a sustainability related material issue on its own in that sense. And so whether it would be an interesting thing to have also reported, it probably wouldn't be there except for the context here. So having either an absolute level or like disaggregated information in that sense does seem to be different. So I personally like where we've landed on this particular one. That's partly how I would be thinking about it, and interested to see if that's also how others, as feedback would come in on this, if that's where they land as well.
I mean, if I could just follow up briefly on what I said before, not to mince words semantically, but is this really a cost effectiveness issue? It doesn't seem like there would be any different cost to the company in providing absolute numbers or percentages. It's just more a question of what's useful to investors.
I think you described it as like proprietary.
It's more about proprietary part could be cost effective, costly to maybe disclose, but it's more about feasibility, if anything, I guess.
Once you've defined single-use plastics. I mean, it's the cost could be in trying to figure out which of your revenues are actually single-use plastic revenues. That would be what there is, in addition to the proprietary potential.
Well, yeah, I think that's the next question we're going to, because I was going to ask about whether the company could answer that without going out to its customers and what the cost of that would be, but maybe.
Yeah, it's also another thing to know is like a company mentioned how their legal department is very concerned, and that could lead to maybe legal costs. That could be another cost part that could, but maybe that could be. But I understand it. But as Dan mentioned earlier, I think this is more about the comparability issue. And I think, as Jeff mentioned too, I think this is why we landed currently on the absolute value, because it is a more neutral data where you can take it and use it and actually make comparison rather than with percentage. It might need, for example, with percentage too, right now we're saying total revenue, and what if some companies may define total revenue differently, especially for conglomerate, they say, we'll just use revenue from our just chemicals business unit versus, not including at all, or, that there could be many ways that the companies could use.
I hope the accounting standards don't give people too much discretion as to how they define their total revenue.
So, right, exactly. But there could be many ways. And also another thing is, like, for example, if company decides to acquire a company and, for example, that makes their total revenue much bigger, but maybe their chemicals business unit hasn't changed at all. I mean, that could also change the story again. So I think there's just many variants that could happen with percentage. But however, the companies have also mentioned percentage would be preferable for them. So we do want to make sure that, we don't want a standard where, we want a metric where no one's going to disclose the metric, because then that won't be any decision useful at all. So yeah, so that's something that we just feel like it would be better if we could get further engagement with the market on.
So, Tori, first of all, I'm an absolute value fan, so that'll be my vote. Secondly, so on this, and maybe I'm saying it a different way on this metric number 1. So in the work you've done, are you aware at all that a company could have a product, so let's call it product A, that is sold for use in the manufacture of single-use products, but it could be used for something else? Are we aware that that actually exists, or are we aware that exists, but it's really immaterial?
Right. Yes, the polymers and resins could be used for single-use plastics or non-single-use plastics, right? However, it is very complex. It's very hard to tell, and this is something that I think that the next question is as well. Is how are you gonna, how feasible it is for companies to actually figure out, what their polymers and resins are actually used for single-use plastics or not, and that's something that I think the companies will have to figure out through the consultation. The company did talk about how, this would be helpful to disclose. They just need to figure out a system to figure out where the polymers are used at the end and how it's used. But once they get that system, they said that this is good to disclose. So I think it's just really having the company side to understand, for them to understand where their polymers are going. So yeah.
We've got about 5 minutes left. And Mark, did you?
Just real quick, just on a connectivity point, when you're talking about revenue, just if the project were to move forward, there's connectivity with IFRS 15 on revenue recognition, and what is it, 8, Mark Nelson, on segments, like whenever you're thinking about like splitting out revenues, there are already rules in the books in IFRS around breaking up revenues. So again, just having that as a point of connection with IASB staff would be good.
Definitely, great.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Another.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
Sorry, Jeff, but no, and apologies if you mentioned this, but I think the definition of single-use plastics is also important here. And if you look at the revenue numbers, I'd be interested in, like, is the real question like overall single-use plastics, or is it different kinds of single-use application? Because medical device single-use products are different than water bottle single-use products, and also the alternatives in both of those cases will be very different too. So in fact, like, you really probably need to get more details on this, and you don't have to answer that unless you know the answer to that, but like that's something the market I think would need to weigh in on. Not only can you get this information, but also do you actually need to disclose it in a more granular form than just single-use plastics?
Yeah, no, that is a good point. And right now, our current single-use plastic definition in our metrics right now includes both those kind of how to say, just what single use pretty much for plastic bottles, but also for medical related like tubes or masks or gloves even, those are also included currently. But as you said, maybe that kind of breakdown could provide a different color.
Very different.
Right.
Yeah.
As it says, so that's something that I think we could also think about for further engagement as well.
Because also the financial implications that you highlighted on the earlier page will be different. Depending on those.
Yeah, definitely.
We already have in the standard management of legal and regulatory issues discussion metrics. So I think one thing to think about is how that might be used differently in a sense, since it's a qualitative measure. Once if this were also added to the standard, then you can imagine that, getting to Elizabeth's point, they might then talk about the the extent to which the single-use, the items that the materials likely to be used for single-use plastics would maybe not, their strategy, like, not likely to lead to something being subject to governmental regulation.
Right.
So something to just
that's a great point. That's something I'll definitely keep in mind. And I know we're almost out of time, so I'll go to the next slide since we talked a bit on the second topic. So the last one is on the inclusion of educational training or sales classes in disclosure. So this is coming from how chemicals companies, they have little control power over what they could sell or regarding like alternative solutions or new products that could mitigate the single-use plastics, environmental impact from single-use plastics, and especially because that always depend on their customer demands. For example, their packaging companies, and some packaging companies or their customers could be very slow to move towards alternative solutions for any reasons, and for that reason, then chemicals companies will have a hard time actually capitalizing on this opportunity and even managing this single-use plastics issue at their side. So with educational training or these good sales practice, they could better inform their customers on what are the options are, what are these alternative products about, what are their effects and how effective they are, and more the customer can get better educated on this and better informed, and hopefully they can better manage the single-use plastic issue as a whole industry. And another thing to know is that with this disclosure, chemicals companies could also provide more context to investors on what their current business environment is like, or what their market demand is like. Also, how are their actually efforts towards managing single-use plastic in this kind of educational perspective way. And also another point is that maybe some chemicals companies are not even offering these alternative solutions at all. They're not even giving these options to customers at all. And that could be also another interesting perspective that investors could be interested in. However, we did not get market feedback on this topic. So this is definitely something that we definitely would like to further engage so that we could better understand if this is actually useful, and if this is something that can align with our SASB standards as well. So yes, so and this is the end for the further engagement questions. And just to reiterate, for this presentation was on the recommended changes for the chemical standard. We have talked about how it is recommended to add a disclosure topic on management of single-use plastics and the 5 associated metrics. And we have just covered these 3 further engagement questions. And at this point, I'd like to open up to the board again for any comments or additional thoughts on this project.
So we'll call this last call for questions since we're very close to our lunch break. So anything else from the board? I know we had a pretty good discussion.
Tough to be in the middle of a great project and lunch, but I just want to say that this one has seen a multi-year evolution as well, which has really refined and come up with a targeted proposal and recommendation to move forward with, and we've got lots more questions about creating a solution to for a problem that doesn't yet exist, or vice versa, having a supply for lack of demand, and other questions about that. At the same time, we have lots of thoughts about how to understand climate adaptation, and investors are very keen to be able to measure solutions. So there's lots more to dig into on this one and learn from the market and hear more about if this is the right direction to give investors what they need to know from companies in this industry. So thank you for this work.
And on that note of digging in more, I think in all of these projects, there is so much under the hood. Like someone mentioned the definition of single-use plastics that we barely even spoke about. So much thought has been put into that and is described at length in the technical protocols, in the basis for conclusion. So strongly recommend to go and follow up with those materials to see more of the thought and recommendations behind all these.
Which might then lead to some industry coalescence that we can then benefit from next time we pick it up.
Indeed.
And I think, Tori, you have your contact info on the...
Oh, yes. Yep. So, this is the link is for the project website. And also, if you have any questions on this project, please feel free to contact me. More than happy to engage in everything like that.
I do think this has been a great project. It's gotten to a really good point, and more work to be done, of course, on it. But I certainly appreciate your work to get it to this point where we could make these recommended changes, and appreciate you walking us through those changes, recommended changes today, and for all your work on that. So thanks, Tori. Okay, with that, what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and it'll be for just about 50 minutes. So we'll be coming back at 10 minutes before the hour. And so reminds Kurt, if you're out there, go ahead and stay on mute. But otherwise, the rest of us will come back here at 10 time.
I'd like to
Camera is going to.
It's content shaping and it'll be pointed to you. Okay.
Amyloid, yeah.
Okay, we can go ahead and get started. Yeah. Oh, great. All right, well, thank you everybody for joining us back. And we're going to open up the second part of our session today, and we'll be starting with alternative products in the food and beverage sector. This is the third of the projects for which we have published recommended changes, and we have with us Devin and Kirtana, and they're going to walk us through that. So I'll invite them to introduce themselves.
Great, thank you, Jeff. My name is Devin. I'm the sector lead for food and beverage and the project lead for alternative products, and really excited to be here today to give the board an update.
And my name is Kirtana Anandraj. I'm an associate analyst for the SASB Standards research team and working very closely with Devin on this.
So I'll provide a bit of background and then pass off to Kirtana to dive into the recommended changes. So we'll go over the recommended changes, and just like the previous two sessions, we also have questions for further engagement. So this, just as a reminder, this project really started as we were seeing growing consumer demand for sustainable food products and alternative products specifically. And in looking at the food and beverage sector standards, we realized that there was a gap in those standards. And so the objective of this project was to really understand if and how a new disclosure topic should be added and associated metrics. This started off as a research project back in 2020, and in that project we were focused on understanding some of the broader ESG implications and financial impacts. And then based on that evidence we found in the research project, we launched a standard setting project back in May that really focused on three industries: the meat, poultry, dairy industry, the processed food industry, and the food retailers and distributors industry. And then just like the other projects, in early June, we released the recommended changes and basis for conclusions, which you can find on our website. And we've seen this slide previously as well in the other projects earlier today, but the three main pieces of evidence we needed to provide a recommended update to the standard are: the first one was evidence of ESG impact. And we really found that alternative products had lesser environmental impact as compared to traditional meat or dairy products, especially as it relates to GHG emission and water usage. We saw revenue opportunities associated with growing consumer demand as well, and also that environmental externalities could affect meat sourcing and therefore meat pricing. And so there was really a financial opportunity for companies to grow products in the alternative protein space. And then lastly, we've seen a lot of evidence of investor interest through our consultations with investors, because they want to understand how companies are taking advantage of these opportunities. And it's just a really emerging and growing space for food and beverage companies. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Kirtana to go over our recommended changes.
Thank you, Devin. I am going to start by going over the recommended changes to the meat, poultry, and dairy and processed foods industries first. I will touch upon the food retailers and distributors industry in a bit, but I want to start with these two because they share a common new disclosure topic of product innovation, along with three corresponding accounting metrics. So before I get into the accounting metrics in more detail, I'm going to pause and just give some background into this new disclosure topic of product innovation. So essentially, meat, poultry, dairy, and processed foods companies face increasing risks and opportunities associated with the environmental impacts that stem from product development. As consumers are increasingly incorporating alternative protein products into their diets, there are opportunities now for companies in both of these industries to capture a growing share of the market. Incorporating those environmental considerations in product innovation can contribute not only to a company's long-term growth and competitiveness, but also to their low carbon transition. What's more, product innovation can help reduce risk, since environmental externalities that can impact an entity's ability to source certain ingredients or affect prices can be mitigated by this innovation. All right, so our first metric is going to be a revenue mix, looking at revenue from conventional animal products and alternative protein products. Now, this is really intended to provide investors with a snapshot of where companies really are right now. From our consultations, they indicated that they want to know more about an entity's product protein mix, specifically to better understand if companies are really meeting the changing market landscape and what type of risks they're facing if they're not. Our next metric is investment and diversification. So looking at the total amount spent on protein diversification. This is really intended to be a forward-looking metric. So again, from consultations, investors shared that they want to know how companies are planning to evolve in this very growing and changing market landscape. So we're specifically asking companies to disclose CapEx and R&D spend here. And finally, we have a qualitative metric looking at the discussion of strategy to diversify protein products. So once again, both companies and investors share that it would be decision useful for them to provide more context to both of the quantitative metrics preceding this one. So companies specifically wanted to share more on metrics, targets, and goals related to alternative protein product sales, while investors wanted to know more about the risks and opportunities associated both with conventional animal products as well as alternative protein products. So essentially, this metric is intended to give us a much more complete picture of a company's performance. Now looking at the food retailers and distributors industry, we again have a new disclosure topic, product portfolio diversification, along with 3 corresponding metrics. Now, this new disclosure topic is really intended to measure performance and how companies are diversifying their product offerings to customers throughout their stores, while product innovation was much more applying to companies that manufacture and produce food products. Now, it is possible that some food retailers partner with manufacturers to produce private label products, but we believe that this disclosure topic better captures the risks and opportunities that they face compared to companies in the meat, poultry, dairy, and processed foods industries. So once again, we have a revenue mix looking at revenue from conventional animal products as well as alternative protein products. But you'll notice here that we further break out that revenue into private label and non-private label products. This is because in our consultations, we heard from market participants that private label products are an increasingly important business line for retailers, and investors are really interested in knowing how retailers are choosing which products to display on their shelves for consumers. Our next quantitative metric is looking at the total number of conventional animal products and alternative protein products that are sold. Now, this is really meant to be a complementary metric to our previous revenue metric. This is because there's a large price disparity between alternative protein products and conventional animal products. So as a result, investors have told us that it would be decision useful for them to have a separate metric, kind of looking at the aggregate number of total products that these food retailers are selling, and specifically looking at that in a unit of total sales. And finally, we once again have a qualitative metric. We receive similar feedback that we need to provide additional context to supplement these quantitative metrics. And specifically in the realm of food retailers, investors are curious to know how they're educating consumers. So whether that be through nutritional aspects of the food or the environmental considerations. All right, so before I launch into these outstanding questions, I just want to quickly recap what I've said earlier today. So essentially, we are including disclosure topics into the standard, product innovation, and product portfolio diversification, along with 3 corresponding metrics for each of those disclosure topics. I'm now going to discuss 3 issues where we believe that there's more opportunity to investigate and gather market input on. The first is, would revenue from plant-based protein products be decision useful for investors in evaluating companies' management of this topic? Essentially, we received mixed feedback from investors. Some investors said that a plant-based protein topic would be decision useful to include into our revenue mix. So this would include products like tofu, seitan, lentils. Other investors told us that they believe that alternative protein products were really what was driving enterprise value creation. We also heard from market participants that this term may actually lack comparability. So for now, we've chosen to kind of leave it out of those revenue mix metrics that you've seen. Our second question is it cost effective for companies in the meat, poultry, dairy, and processed foods industries to report on the total amount spent on protein diversification? Again, we received mixed feedback. While investors really think this is a decision useful metric, many companies told us that they feel like some of this investment information is sensitive, private, they don't feel necessarily comfortable disclosing it. So another outstanding question that we have. And finally, is it feasible for companies in the food retailers industry to report on the total number of alternative protein products sold in store? So as you recall, this metric is really meant to complement the revenue metric within this industry. However, companies have told us that this type of a metric is really difficult for them to calculate because they have to do it manually. So for them, it's a lot more cost effective if we're able to align the standards with other subject matter experts. So we have found another metric that's quite similar, but it uses a unit of volume and metric tons instead. That being said, we haven't actually seen any companies report to this, so it's not clear whether that's significantly easier for companies to report on versus the total number of products sold, which, as we said, investors seem to find much more decision useful. So this is yet another outstanding question that we have. So I'd like to open the discussion up to the board now to hear if there's any comments, thoughts you want to share on the project.
Thanks, Kirtan. That's a great overview. It's a very interesting project, and I think we've got some great recommended changes, but clearly some issues there. So anybody have comments they'd like to weigh in? Yes, Sudha.
Maybe just a reflection. We talked in our discussion earlier today about unintended consequences. And whilst I'm personally a great fan of this product diversification, protein, the alternative protein economy, then there might also be unintended health issues. So in developing products that are alternative, means that you may need to use a number of additives. Have you discussed that, and have you discussed that with investors, others, and what is the landscape there?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's actually something that came up quite often in our consultations, particularly with companies. They are very much interested in the nutritional aspects. There seems to be a lot of controversy around, for instance, focusing on protein versus fiber, other types of vitamins and nutrients. However, the scope of this project was really focused on looking at how companies are diversifying and how we capture that movement from conventional animal products to alternative protein products. So the health and nutrition scope certainly came up, but we kind of felt that it was outside of the scope of this project right now, but it probably is something that we will have to look at in the future.
I will, sorry, I was just going to also add, we have health and nutrition metrics in a lot of the food and beverage standards where overall portfolios of health and nutrition is captured. There might be opportunities for improvement on those. But the idea of having a total product mix understanding, hopefully some of those risks are also captured if investors are saying, okay, you're overly weighted in alternatives that are unhealthy or have a bunch of additives based on their investment decisions. So we're not saying one is necessarily better than the other, but trying to give that mix perspective to investors so they can make informed decisions.
Mm-hmm. So this, in some ways, I sort of connect this back to the discussion we had earlier, where we were talking about how the reporting around management of a regulatory environment in the context of new disclosures around single-use plastics could sort of change what the conversation might be about in an existing topic. I do think that this might be something where companies actually take potentially like a different angle to their discussion of the product health and nutrition disclosure topic, as they're also reporting on in a disaggregated way the revenue that's coming from different types of proteins. And even if they don't, then potentially investors are going to have some context there where they might start to see differences in other companies that they're investing in or following, or differences over time, and so raise with management some of these questions and help just to better understand what are sort of the risks and opportunities. Not saying that what the outcome ought to be, but that investors would be interested in.
Thanks.
Yeah, Bob.
So I have two comments and a question. One is similar to the conversation we had with Sam. As long as you've got amounts spent there and you suggest that they give you the detail, which again will be not comparable for a while, it'll get us some common ground over time. Secondly, companies can track anything they want to track. The excuse that they can't track the product sold because it's something, whether they use a SKU or whatever, so they can do that. So I'd keep scratching on there, but if that is important to our users. And then I'm going to pick on Lloyd here for a second. So the thing I would be interested in is revenue is meaningful and meaningless until you know the margin on the revenue. So as an investor, I'd be looking at, talk to me about your product mix, you're moving to these alternative proteins, that's great, look at your sales on that. And so both producer and retailer, do you make more on the new stuff or not when you sell it to the retailer, does the retailer? So in your conversations, have you been able to get to the margin discussion? And Lloyd, do you think that's an important point?
It's an important point. It's so important that companies are very reluctant to discuss product line profitability. They like to be able to cross-subsidize for strategic reasons. So when we ask, it's tough to get. That said, I mean, I take your point. I think it's further complicated by the idea that these alternate protein products are early stage and competing with a very mature animal protein industry. So the meat products will be more profitable for years as you're investing and reinvesting in the alternative products. So I think it's right to be aware of it, but I think it'll be very difficult to get in-depth disclosure at that level of granularity.
That's a great question, great comments. I mean, I think that part of this is trying to scale the level of the activity and get a sense for how it's evolving over time, probably how it sort of differs from other companies, and that's the insight in part that we're looking for. I mean, it's not to say that there wouldn't be a lot of interesting questions investors might want to know the answer to as well, but at least in terms of understanding the ESG impacts and how that affects risks and opportunities, I think that scaling by something and revenue might be a good way to go. So interesting to get more comments.
And we know that there's a profound shift underway toward alternative protein products, but we don't know how big it is or how fast it will be. So when the cell phone came in, phone companies had the cell phone operation as a line item and kind of broke it out separately. But then as it grew, sometimes they'd spin out the whole cell phone company. So it really starts to boil down to what stage of development is the industry at and where is that company at, I think. So my question to the analysts would be, what's your perception of where we are, especially in the retail distribution sector? Are we in the early stages of this game still, where these products really have a small share of the overall mix? Or has that already evolved to where it's noticeable, it's measurable, it's something you can track pretty readily?
That's a great question. I think we are still relatively at the early stages. That being said, there are a lot of pure play companies in the meat, poultry, and dairy space, which are heavily investing in a lot of startup companies and research and development. So I think even though we're at the early stage, I think we're going to see this accelerate much more quickly. And there is definitely still, especially with the private label products on the retailer side, there is a lot more information on that end that they're able to provide if they're actually partnering with a manufacturer to create those alternative protein products themselves. and even when they think about what other types of products they're stocking on their shelves. So there is definitely data, but I do think it's still relatively in the early stages. I mean, Devin, what do you think?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I also think that's why we have the revenue metric as well as number of products sold. So you can kind of see the price disparity between conventional and alternatives, but also how companies are moving the total quantity of products sold in stores. And retailers are actually, I would argue, potentially ahead of some of the food manufacturing companies in terms of reporting sales targets and goals around this, because it can help them reduce scope 3 emissions, for example. So while it's not comparable, it's certainly something that leaders in the industry are currently trying to work on for disclosure. So that's also was an indication that we might want to think about adding it into our standards, even though it is pretty early and small percentage of total revenue for retail.
I wanted to shift the conversation to one of the other questions about the plant-based protein and just that term and all of the learnings you've built up and taught most of us about is a potato chip, if it has a high protein content, actually a protein or a vegetable or a plant, or what is it? And then with the context that Suzanne teased out about you know, that we're not so much focusing on the S here, really. This is in the context of adding an E pillar. It's sort of environmental impact context for this project. And then there are lots of different ways to get a lower greenhouse gas footprint while creating and putting proteins on shelves in supermarkets, including insects, which are tiny animals. And so can you just talk about, you know, summarize, if you can, the learnings that you've created in terms of thinking about this alternative food category and what specifically should be highlighted going forward?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So I think when it comes to this plant-based protein category, I think, as you highlighted, the reason we kind of didn't incorporate it was precisely what you said. Like, a company may have, for instance, quinoa chips, and what investors are more interested in is, you know, are people moving from having a conventional animal burger to a Beyond Burger, versus are they now incorporating quinoa chips to add more protein to their diet? So I think that's one of the struggles, is how do we really carefully define that term, even if we do wind up adding it in, so that we're better measuring, okay, are people moving from a traditional burger to a black bean burger, that type of a trajectory, versus otherwise it's really easy for companies to distort this metric and make it seem like they actually are a bigger part of this transition than they necessarily may be. So that's one of our outstanding questions of, you know, how do we better, you know, define that in our technical protocols? But even already, like within the scope of alternative protein products, we have cultured meat, fermented meat, we have such a variety of products that are still not actually on the shelves that we all might see in our stores on a day-to-day basis, but there's so much innovation happening and so much money being put into that it seems likely that we're going to see that, and we want these standards to be able to be used in the future, and we don't want to have to update them every like 10 months when there's something new that comes into the market.
Yeah, I wonder if, you know, if given that environmental goal for capturing that comparability across multiple products and product lines that we don't even know exist yet, you know, or trying to figure out what does exist today, is something like not really focusing on this term or categories of plant-based or alternative, but almost rather, you know, greenhouse gas emissions for the producers, for the manufacturers, greenhouse gas emissions per unit of protein or something, no matter whether it's animal or plant or something like that.
Yeah, it's certainly something we considered. I think that the industry is so new that asking for that information would not produce comparable decision useful information, but I think that that's where the industry is going. We've seen even restaurants have like carbon labels on their products, you know, what GHG emissions of products that you're eating. I think the other thing with plant-based is that it's really difficult, because if we say plant-based, then it could be anything from oats to beans to protein to quinoa chips, as Kirtan was saying. And if you say plant, like protein plant products or plant protein products, there's a question of it has lesser protein per gram of consumption, and that, so if you're interested, that's more in our basis for conclusions. This was I would argue the hardest part of this project is really creating those categories and defining them in a comparable way. But we do have language in the technical protocols that say, other examples of alternative products, if they're not listed, that sort of meet the definition of alternative. So that would leave room potentially for insects or things like that if there was a bigger market share in the future.
So just a related question on this. Do you feel like anytime there's a list of categories, you start to wonder, like, is the list, are the categories exhaustive and non-overlapping, and so I think in particular here, where we've got revenue mix from conventional animal products and alternative protein products, and then also total amount spent on protein diversification, like just kind of connecting the dots there, is everything in metric 1 the only thing that would be considered in metric 2, or just thinking about how, I think, do you feel like we're at the point where like that language is pretty clear, or is that something that could be additional outreach that would be needed to make sure that we actually are not double counting things and we're not missing certain items as well?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I mean, I think definitely if this were to go out for public comment as intended, that would probably be something we'd be curious to see if got flagged potentially. I think we have tried our best in the technical protocols to leave room for, preparers to be able to add another category into that alternative protein space, as long as they are explaining why they're doing so and why they think it belongs there. In terms of the total amount spent, that metric really is only intended for research and development and CapEx spending, but we have allowed in our qualitative metric, in the discussion of strategy, we have said that preparers can include a lot of other types of investment, whether it's marketing spend, whether it's external investment, whether it's mergers and acquisitions. Right now, it doesn't seem like there's sufficient information or that it's necessarily feasible, or it could be proprietary, so people can't always disclose that. But if they want to, that could kind of be where they could shed more light on, for instance, a brand new merger or acquisition into a small startup company that might be affecting kind of that revenue mix. And so hopefully that would help give a more full picture of where that particular company is coming from.
And just another point on that, Jeff, the way we define alternative protein products and the technology use is the same in the first metric and the second metric intentionally. I think Kirthan is right that could be another further area for engagement in the future, but it is well defined so that we're not adding other additional information to that second metric to really keep it narrow and focused to be the most decision useful it can be.
Yeah, for the future work, I think one of the things to think about is like even the labeling of protein diversification. Because as a company is shifting its strategy, it might be it could spend money to wind down conventional animal products operation, and yet that isn't really investing in alternative proteins and isn't actually diversifying either. So so I think just make sure that because I think that the intent is good, the content is really good, and that some of it is just making sure that what the label that we put on something is actually sort of suitable, so it'll be understood in the right way as well by the things. It's great work.
Jeff, maybe if I may, repeating a point that Mark was making earlier today on kind of the link, if we're asking for revenue numbers, there must be a link also with the ISSB thinking about segment reporting and the requirements for segment reporting and how far you can go in asking for details. I think there is a link. But, if you think about connectivity, at some point you need to think, okay, well, what are the principles of asking for, certain disclosures on revenue and maybe also on margins, as someone was suggesting. But I think that should probably link in with segment reporting. And the other one that was actually triggered by Verity's comment. I work with a few retail companies, and so healthy food is a very important metric for them, right? So I wonder whether this is only about the E, or whether, especially for the retailers, this is also still a significant information from an S perspective, because.
Yeah, and I think that's why we put it in product innovation under business model and innovation, so that it could provide additional context on the environmental aspects of operation or the nutritional aspect of the operation. I think the strongest ESG impact we saw to justify sort of updating the standard was on the environmental side, but that's not to say there may not be other social impacts or risks associated with alternative protein products. That's why it's not in the environmental dimension or the social dimensions, because it's really to provide context on all those other impacts that it may or may not touch on.
And Kurt, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I guess I'm just teeing off of Mark and Mark's comments. You know, the segment reporting requirements typically are a much different issue than the small segment revenue reporting we're talking about here. So we are always going to be.
Just so you know, Kurt, we still don't have you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yep, I think we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. No, I would comment on the revenue reporting issue and the segment reporting. Certainly for sustainability reporting, we are operating at a much smaller level of granularity than typical segment reporting would require. So I think most of this area is an area in which we would not harmonize with financial reporting. I mean, there's fairly rigorous standards of having a certain size or proportion of company revenues in order to report as a separate segment, and certainly profitability too. So I think we're relieved of any burden with trying to harmonize with financial regulators on that. I had one issue around, I guess, investments. You know, coming from the world of buying trucks and planes and automobiles, I tend to think of those as pretty big. It would seem like, you know, are we splitting a hair or getting down to very small amounts if we're asking food companies what kind of investments they're making in some of these alternative products? Is that really material against the scheme of their business?
So it's partly like understanding the question like ongoing CapEx as opposed to, say, M&A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or product.
Kurt, we might have lost you again, but I think we got the gist of the question.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I think, and I think, you know, depending on the size of the company, like we have seen that there's some huge companies like Tyson, for instance, that are making pretty substantive investments in this area. And of course, there are a lot of smaller processed food companies that are making then smaller investments. So I think it is a good point about, you know, how comparable is that data going to be if companies find it feasible and are able to report it. So I think that is definitely something to follow up on with this like question that we have for the market.
Yeah, it sounds like I think, you know, one of the things that you can do in further outreach is you know, just kind of understand how investors will be using the information, the extent to which it's likely to change the types of decisions that they would be making, whether it's investment decisions or that they'll be loading as part of their engagement with companies. And so that, you know, that could certainly be helpful. And, you know, to Kurt's point around the segments, it's a really good one. I completely agree in terms of the thresholds. And so I think to me, this is almost an example of how sustainability standards can work well with financial accounting standards, because, you know, you might say at a certain scope of operations, or when you've split your management team up into a particular way in terms of organizing your business, then you're going to be reporting on an ongoing basis certain information around revenues and, you know, aspects of profitability and assets. And so, but before you've gotten to that level, looking out into the future in terms of how that could be a shifting strategy in terms of disclosure, there could still be some pretty helpful complementary information that can be provided that you know, before it hits the level where it's likely to be just naturally captured in financial statement footnotes. So excellent points there. Yeah, Mark.
Not to get too in the weeds on the financial accounting details, but I think your point is that they're complementary, and I think all that Mark V and Mark Hess are trying to say is that there's interconnectivity there, right? So there's a disaggregation principle around revenue in financial accounting, and so understanding how this potential proposed change might affect companies who are also trying on financial reporting to deal with their disaggregation principle is important. On segments, there's a whole host of concepts to be thinking about, one of which is what information does the chief operating decision maker get as part of their plan if we implement a proposal such as this, and all of a sudden there's new information that potentially gets up to the chief operating decision maker. Have we, in effect, impacted IFRS 8. All I think we're saying is that somebody should think about the interconnectivity, and not saying right or wrong, but just think about the fact that there might be some interconnectivity, and let's not muddy the waters when we're trying to make things more transparent.
Yeah, is there something that we can lean on in existing standards? Is there something that we could complement to existing standards? And is there likely to be an interactivity between the two that you consider? All excellent points. So just to be mindful of time, we're about at where we'd like to end for this particular one, but any other additional comments from the board members before we wrap this session? If not, I know that we've got some contact information. There we go. And so, people are interested.
Yeah, absolutely. You can email myself or Kira tonight. You can also download the recommended changes and basis for conclusions off of the project website.
Great. So thank you both for your work on this project. Thank you for getting us to here. Thanks for the presentation today. Devin, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we are moving then to our fourth project discussion for the day. This one is different than not just different content, but also at a different stage than the three other projects that we've been discussing, which were all at the stage of recommending changes, which we've already previously published. This is a little earlier stage work, but it's a great point in time to be able to get an update on this. So we welcome to the table Will. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Will Meister. I work on the SASB standards research team as an analyst and help to lead our standard setting efforts in the infrastructure sector. So great to be here with you all today. Thanks for the opportunity to address the board. And in today's session, what we'd like to do is really share some of the key findings that we gathered through the consultation period for the standard setting project. And then based on that, we'd like to summarize some of our initial recommendations, then explain some of our supporting rationale for thinking about some of these possible changes to the greenhouse gas emissions and energy resource planning disclosure topic in the electric utilities and power generators industry standard. And then finally, really would like to ask the board for their views on the project in terms of our completion of some of the objectives that we set out, some of these initial recommendations that we've developed on the consultation findings, and some of the additional research that we've completed. And then just to briefly recap here on the details of the project and what we'd like to do, or we aim to do with this, was really, this was initiated based on some of the market feedback and research that indicated really strong opportunity here for more complete and comparable metrics to measure that transition to renewable energy in this disclosure topic on greenhouse gas emissions and energy resource planning. And really the objective here was to assess those measures of company performance on that transition, really to provide that complete and comparable information to users. And so just to highlight first, looking at that disclosure topic, which really looks at those industry activities that produce greenhouse gas emissions, which we all know are, of course, increasingly the focus of regulatory bodies, investors, and consumers. And here looking at those risks and opportunities that can really alter enterprise value in the short, medium, and long term. And so we see the metrics that are used here to measure that currently within the industry standard. So looking at global scope 1 emissions, looking at GHG emissions that are associated with power deliveries, and then as well as a discussion of the long and short-term strategies or plans there to manage scope 1 emissions. And really want to emphasize here that these first three metrics were generally found to add to completeness and comparability in the disclosure topic when discussing that with market participants, preparers, and users. It was really on that fourth metric on renewable portfolio standards. And this is where the market feedback was really provided in terms of the global applicability of that metric, and was part of the work that was really performed by staff to understand this disclosure topic much better. And quickly to highlight here, renewable portfolio standards are broadly here defined as a regulatory mandate to increase the production of electricity from renewable resources such as solar and wind. And looking at the project timeline and the work that staff has performed since the approval of this project at the July 2021 board meeting, really focusing here on completing those consultations, and then following that, looking at these different types of analyses. So looking at a disclosure analysis, looking at an alignment opportunity analysis. So where do we see those similar metrics and other disclosure tools that we can think about in terms of cost-effective reporting and understanding furthermore the completeness and comparability to really support and help to add to those consultation findings here as well. And then going forward here, we want to highlight that this project will be transitioned to the ISSB, and then the consultation plan for later this year will help to inform that delivery plan going forward. And so to speak to the consultations that were performed here, staff has consulted 49 market participants really across various geographic jurisdictions. That included 24 preparers looking at a different mix of business models in the industry, 16 users here from both asset managers and asset owners, as well as 9 subject matter experts from different industry organizations, consulting, and academia. And really want to take this time to really thank those individuals who contributed to this. We owe them a great deal of gratitude, and just want to acknowledge the very meaningful and helpful and technical feedback that they provided in helping develop these recommendations and understanding really of the disclosure topic much better. And so looking at what are those areas of market interest that we identified during the consultation period here, really the first area was that renewable portfolio standards metric that we currently have in the industry standard. And then the next 3 areas here really discussed by market participants here is thinking about how can we continue to enhance that completeness and comparability in terms of areas outside of what's currently included in those metrics. And so we'll discuss those in a bit more detail, but before jumping into that, I want to really highlight here that staff's recommendations are really reflective here of that strong market interest that we've seen in providing useful information that is really specific to the industry with regards to that. And so looking at that first area on renewable portfolio standards, here staff's initial recommendation is to consider removal of this metric from the industry standard. Here really largely based on the feedback that we received from both users and preparers, just that it lacks jurisdictional broad global applicability. For example, it's really only used in about 30 different jurisdictions around the world. And is really only one type of policy mechanism tool that's used among sort of a menu of other options that jurisdictions can use. And so really the majority of feedback from users and preparers look to other metrics that really help to inform staff's recommendations here in terms of that. But I do want to highlight that there was a subset of preparers in those RPS jurisdictions that did mention that this could add some degree of completeness to the topic within those jurisdictions. But we did really see when we looked at SASB standards disclosures that there was quite a high level of omission with regards to this particular metric. Looking at the second area here, this was an area on generation capacity. And so generation capacity is the maximum output that the generator or other electrical generating device can produce. And here we want to recommend initially to consider adding a metric on total generation capacity and measuring that by the energy source. And here there was just a lot of interest and support expressed by both users and preparers that this can really help provide details on that overall composition of understanding what are these energy sources that preparers have in place to provide that electricity to us, and really kind of demonstrate the extent that preparers are transitioning to renewable energy and other low carbon energy sources. I do want to highlight here though as well that some preparers and some users mentioned that there may be other metrics that could be more helpful, which also did help inform staff's opinion, but really thinking about that completeness topic, generation capacity was mentioned as an area that generally does add to that fuller, more complete understanding there. And then here as well, speaking to that alignment opportunity analysis, looking at similar metrics and other disclosure tools, staff noted that there could be opportunities to consider alignment in a number of those tools as well. And then looking at just current disclosures in place already, was found that this was quite a commonly disclosed metric as well. So looking at the third area of what staff noted here in terms of market interest, That's on GHG emissions intensity, of course, measuring that emissions here relative to a specific activity or process. And the initial recommendation here is to consider adding a metric on GHG emissions relative to total electricity generated and total revenue. And really here, what we heard from the market and preparers and users expressing support for a standardized GHG emissions intensity metric specific to the industry. So really thinking about that electricity generation here was definitely a commonly cited area of consideration. And then total revenue as well here, and related to that, thinking about total revenue in terms of the feedback that we heard in more competitive markets, where it's helpful to understand just sort of more broadly the types of different measurement tools that are in place here. And so really helpful to think about in terms of what we heard from the market with this and understanding those risks and opportunities here to transition as expressed through this metric and understanding how those preparers are doing that. And similar here, we saw those alignment opportunities as well with a number of disclosure tools. It can really help to alleviate the reporting burden, thinking about cost-effective reporting as well here. And again, too, staff would like to note that in our disclosure analysis, we did see this as quite a commonly disclosed metric as well within the industry. And then looking at the fourth area here is capital expenditures. And here, really thinking about this as a measure of investments in the assets to add and improve electricity generation. And so here, staff initially recommending to think about a metric on total annual capital expenditures in own electricity generation by energy source. Again, we heard from peers and users a lot of support, interest in this as well. Interest was expressed in both annual and planned capital expenditures. Really here helpful to understand that capital allocation to each of those energy sources and of course the associated risks and opportunities that can present. There were as well here some concerns about thinking about the planned capital expenditures in some of those more competitive markets in terms of just disclosures on company strategy and thinking about that going forward. And so really staff thinking here to recommend the focus on annual planned capital expenditures just for the opportunity that's already presented within the industry standard, within the emissions reduction strategy metric to disclose that planned capital expenditures if that is relevant to the entity's disclosure as well, and thinking about what they want to communicate to the users. And again, here we did note it as well alignment opportunities to consider with other disclosure tools. Now looking to some of the challenges here that we noted within the industry and what was brought up during consultation was thinking a bit more about how these recommendations may be impacted by the fact that not all industry preparers do generate electricity in the industry. I want to acknowledge that. But we did hear strong interest and support in terms of thinking about these types of metrics as they relate to the overall sort of understanding and completeness and comparability of that disclosure topic. And so even though that these recommendations may not be applicable to all types of business models within the industry, it did seem very supportive from what we did hear that this could be helpful in terms of achieving that completeness and comparability. And of course, there were discussions here in terms of thinking about more value chain type specific metrics for the different areas of, for example, generation and transmission and distribution or retail electricity. But staff was not recommending that we consider that at this point, just because of the implications of this really beyond the scope of this project and other considerations beyond for the industry standard outside of this disclosure topic here. And looking at the next area is an area that staff noted, and one of the areas that was set out at the beginning of the project outset was thinking about sort of broader policy disclosures on renewable energy. And here really consulting with the market on that and thinking about sort of a broader policy scope type metric. A conclusion that was really drawn here and what we really heard from the market was a stronger interest in these other types of metrics that staff is initially recommending, just in terms of understanding that completeness and comparability here, just the fact that this type of metric may not add as much or continue to enhance that type of completeness or comparability than what the market seemed to recommend in other places here. And so staff is not really recommending at this point that we can continue to pursue this area at this time. And then finally, the last area here where staff learned about some of these challenges was thinking about some of the interest that was expressed by users in understanding more about that financial performance by energy source. So looking at revenue by energy source or revenue by business activity here, really thinking about the growth opportunities that these types of energy sources may present. And staff's recommendation here to not pursue this further is really based on some of the challenges that we heard from preparers in the industry in being able to actually gather that data at this point in time to really be able to report on those areas. So at this point in time, not recommending the pursuit of that, but of course, opportunities in the future to think about that as reporting systems may mature there. And then having gone through these consultation findings and some of these challenges and sort of staff's initial recommendations here, really want to look to the board at this point to see if there are any additional questions that the board may have in terms of that, to see if the board has any views on staff's initial recommendations and that supporting rationale, and just any additional thoughts or comments that the board would like to share at this time.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate the overview there. Starts in clockwise order here, so counterclockwise order. So Dan.
Thanks, and Will, thanks for your work on this project, which I think is important. And maybe this is a bit of a technical question, but I just wonder if you could expand a little on the intensity metric. I mean, I certainly understand for a generator that emissions per whatever it is, gigawatt hour, would be relevant. For a generator, I'm not sure it's clear to me what emissions per revenue dollar would add, because that would bring in a lot of other things like what your utility regulator is letting you charge and what your past costs being amortized are and so on. On the other hand, maybe your answer is that the revenue metric is for the transmission companies, since they wouldn't be doing any generating. But then I guess my question would be, is the information available to them in order to provide the disclosure?
Yeah, that's a great question, Dan. And to expand on that, what we heard and understood from the market here was very much that opportunity that you mentioned in terms of thinking about comparability here across those value chain roles and activities, and thinking about how can we look to compare with this type of metric. And that type of feedback that we heard from the market really helped to inform our thinking in terms of that recommendation to do that. And even thinking potentially here outside of just this industry and thinking about more sector, broader type industry disclosures, what using total revenue as a denominator for that type of metric could present, does seem to open more doors in terms of thinking about comparability with that type of understanding there.
Could I have a direct reply to that? Because I have a separate question, but I think this is one of the cases where intensity by a different denominator that's really more industry specific can complement the kind of cross portfolio or all kinds of companies across sectors. So I think generally the intensity for revenue is something used to account for size, but also all companies, but really it's hard to compare across industries, and that's why they use that, I think, investors broadly.
Well, as I said, I can kind of see here that an issue, and then you highlighted it, is that this industry combines generators and distributors and transmitters, and you really need, in some ways, different metrics to capture what's going on in those two very different industries. And maybe they should be split up, but I guess that's beyond the scope of the current project.
Indeed, very much. And there are metrics that are already included in the industry standard that get at those different value chain roles to a certain extent and understanding that more complete picture of the industry. But based on what we've heard from the market, there could be opportunities here to really continue and explore that further in terms of how we want to measure performance across these different topics there as well.
It goes back to some of our earlier discussions again, but I think about denominators. If it's just revenue as reported top of line on a profit loss statement, then I'm not even sure we need to point it out. That's so generally available. if there's a particular aspect of revenue where we want revenue just from a particular, we know that companies engage in many activities, and we're looking for revenue related to a specific one, and it might not meet the segment's disclosure requirements, so it might not be readily available, then that's a different consideration. And when it's something, like to Verity's points, that's specifically related to a business activity, the generation of electricity, then that makes a lot of sense to put it into a disclosure, a metric in itself. So there's been more pop-ups, but we'll continue to go clockwise. Bob.
So Will, on the metric of capital expenditure by energy source, during your work, did you learn that would be easy or hard? Meaning, did you learn at all that those are very separated capital expenditure projects, or there might be some shared infrastructure? So would it be easy or hard for a group to do that, or do you not know?
So for what we know currently, Bob, I think of course we could pursue that further and try to understand that a bit better as the project progresses. But it was quite well understood from preparers that this is something that they could disclose. We did see examples of this being already disclosed in the market as well. So we do understand that preparers are disclosing this information. We didn't see it as commonly disclosed as generation capacity or intensity metrics, for example. But it did seem that is very much the direction of travel, and that preparers, are looking to disclose that information as much as they can.
Okay. And we've not seen all of the items in this set of standards, but similar to some of the other standards, is there an existing requirement, and the answer would be none to some companies, to describe your overall approach to the transition to renewable energy sources as a producer?
So we do have that current qualitative metric where we're looking at that scope 1 reduction strategy and then thinking about that. And I do think to a certain extent that metric does really help to speak to that area, that opportunity. How is it that generation companies are really thinking about that direct emission scope 1 emissions reduction strategy, and speaking very much to that. And so we did understand from the market that metric is useful if they're able to provide those broader sort of qualitative descriptive types of disclosures about how they are really shifting from these higher energy sources to lower carbon sources.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Will. Can you comment a little bit more on generation capacity and maybe tease out the market feedback you heard about why? Well, it sounds like that was a metric that was more often disclosed by companies in the industry. But I did see your note that others gave you feedback that electricity generation could be useful instead. Could you talk about sort of how generation capacity versus actual generation by renewable source, what the different feedback you heard about that, and maybe why not as many companies do report the actual generation by renewable source?
Yeah. So acknowledging that we do have total electricity generation included in the industry standard currently here. And what we heard was on sort of some of the feedback from users that maybe didn't see it as useful a metric was you're really thinking about, show me what you actually are doing versus show me what you could possibly do. And that sort of interplay between the two. But what we come to understand is that these are really sort of complementary metrics, and understanding the capacity side can then help to inform understanding of, for example, maybe your coal plant is not currently operating, but still on your books, and there's a risk that it could become a stranded asset over time. And so without fully understanding the capacity side and just looking at the generation side, you may not have the full picture of what it is that the company has in terms of their energy sources that they can use.
That's helpful.
Does that help?
Very helpful.
I will give it to Elizabeth first because I have kind of an additional thought on the first one that maybe comes after.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. On the RPS, removal of the RPS, that makes sense to me. But I think the reason we included that in the first place, and I actually don't remember, I'm just like imagining what we did originally, was because it was important context for understanding the cost effectiveness, the feasibility, that sort of thing in that particular marketplace. So I was a little surprised that you got no interest or positive reaction as it relates to including broader policy disclosure, since I'm not a renewable energy expert, but I'm guessing the policy framework in which the utilities are operating do affect the cost effectiveness, the feasibility, the availability of all of these opportunities. So am I not understanding the policy framework enough, or is that something we need more information on?
Yeah, no, I think great question, Elizabeth. I think speaking first to the RPS side, in those markets where RPS is in place, there are, of course, penalties in place if you don't meet that mandate to do it. And so for those markets, you know, an important consideration to that extent, of course, that is reported in other types of government disclosure tools and in terms of achieving that. So it was really sort of that broader global applicability consideration that really led to that.
I agree with that.
And then thinking about kind of that broader policy thing, what we came to understand here from the market was that there is a certain level of interest in that, but there were, from preparers, a real concern about just, you know, pages and pages of potential policy disclosure that they may be, you know, expected to then put out. And then users were somewhat mixed in terms of their interest in it. There were some users who were very interested in understanding more about the policy. Some users who just felt that, you know, I understand the market already as is. I understand how these utilities operate in there. And so it came down to kind of really not fully having at this point, you know, something really tangible that we could say, you know, this is what we heard from the market will be kind of really helpful. Maybe, you know, we heard some things about maybe the top 3 policies that may be impacting your operations, but we really didn't get a sort of really strong sort of message here from the market about this. So another area too want to highlight in thinking about what we talked about with different market participants on this is what's already included in their strategy disclosures about that and some of the impacts that these policies do have, where we did hear from users that they are able to see these types of influences, the impacts of these different policies on the strategy of these preparers going forward. So we heard, again, sort of, you know, mixed reviews in a way about this, and some disclosure tools are already, you know, helping to cover that type of reporting as is.
Well, is there a concern, kind of tagging on to Elizabeth's question here, in terms of comparability between those policy tools? Did that come up at all? How does that factor in your consideration?
Yeah, so I think what we heard in terms of comparability was really trying to understand sort of the different sort of regulations or kind of for helping users really develop that understanding of what the market is like in terms of where these different utilities are operating. But again, it was really somewhat the challenge that we heard in trying to really concisely communicate that really across the board if you know, preparer is operating in multiple jurisdictions or trying to find kind of that one sort of comparable factor to look at there.
Yeah, I get it. I certainly sympathize with like the multiple pages of disclosure it would require to explain the different policies in a way that was meaningful. I was just surprised that there wasn't more interest in that context, given I think it being an important component of how, you know, what drives the market here. But anyways, understood. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the question.
Mark, do you want to stay deferred? Because
Can I take my question? It's more of a process question, but I know that when you were doing the project, the ISSB exposure draft was not yet out on climate, right, and on greenhouse gases. But at some point they're coming together. Are there any ideas on how this then feeds into the kind of the work of the ISSB on their climate-related disclosures then?
Yeah, I think very much, you know, as that work may proceed there, that's, you know, something that can be worked out in terms of that detailed delivery plan that's forthcoming and really look to the ISSB to determine what it is that they would like to do going forward there.
Lots and lots of excellent market comments to consider.
So I have a couple comments. One, just back on the idea around revenue by energy source and concerns that there were data challenges around that. You know, I guess the one thing I struggled a little bit with was thinking as the generators start to consider where they would like to generate their energy from, what sorts of sources. It's hard for me to imagine that they would be considering whether to expand or shift their mix of energy without thinking about revenue implications of that in terms of being able to take advantage of it, whether or not they have specific contracts that would pay them at some different amounts in order to like take it up. So I just struggled a little bit. I certainly understand that might not be the only consideration, and maybe not something that they want to talk about. But I had a really hard time wrapping my head around them not considering, like not having. Maybe it's the data to report it, but I certainly thought that there was probably connectivity there. So it's hard. Revenue is one of the most one of the biggest things we think about how you ship business activities. So.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question, Jeff, and you know, definitely an area that we can continue, I think, here to maybe even consider having sort of those roundtable discussions too, if you know, if that's an area that we think you know we should continue to pursue and move forward on in the future to try and tease out that more in terms of what we heard more directly and kind of what initially led here to our thoughts about not maybe necessarily pursuing that at this point was just trying to understand in terms of the grid and the different energy sources that utilities do have is really trying to pinpoint exactly, you know, how you can tie that revenue to solar versus coal or wind. And it didn't, what we understood from preparers was that it's that not the easiest thing to do at this point in time to be able to achieve that. But I think, you know, as we think about the evolution of potentially this industry standard going forward and the interest that we've heard from users is definitely an area, you know, that we should continue to think about and like I mentioned, you know, maybe think about some of these roundtable discussions is because of the strong interest that we did hear from some users about this.
Yeah, I think the idea of a roundtable is a really good one, especially if it were to involve not just preparers but also users. You know, because if there's a desire for information, it's really not there. Let's like make sure that that's understood on both sides. And the extent to which there's just a misunderstanding between the type of information that would really be helpful.
Hey, Jeff?
Yeah, Kurt. Hi.
Yeah, I just had one question for Will, I guess. And it relates around one of the priorities going forward, and that's the internationalization with an S, not a Z, of our standards. Clearly, energy generation is a very global issue. It's heavily impacted by regulations. How relevant are we really in this to, you know, a global application? Are they going to be heavily impacted by local regulations and what they're reporting? So just would be interested in your thoughts on whether we've truly internationalized these standards.
Yeah, thanks, Kurt. Great question. And, you know, one of the, of course, the main points of why we began this project in the first place was just the feedback that we heard from preparers outside of these RPS jurisdictions on that, and trying to really focus on reaching out to those jurisdictions to try and understand what it is they're thinking about, what it is their users are asking for in terms of these areas of measurement. It really was these areas of generation capacity, GHG intensity, capital expenditures, those areas that really are, you know, cross-border types of measurement tools that we can look to, can use to really understand this disclosure topic better. Of course, you know, as we continue to think about this project going forward, you know, there could be more opportunities here to think about other metrics, more completeness, you know, whether or not we may have captured all of the metrics that help to do that. This, of course, just our initial recommendations at this point. But, you know, really very much a goal of our outreach with this project was to try and understand that internationalization aspect of it.
So maybe one final comment. Mark, go ahead.
I was just going to say, one of the things that encouraged me about where you were so far is that you have leveraged some of the market-led initiatives that are already out there. So, you know, I know at least in the Americas, industry associations have been trying to develop disclosure recommendations that go outside the financial statements usually, but they've sort of negotiated them with investors along the way. And everything that I saw, at least in your board memo, was that the recommendations that you were making were going along and getting closer alignment with what the industry is already trying to communicate back and forth with investors. So that encouraged me, you know, and I do think more roundtables and things like that would help to make sure that we're directionally trying to get down the middle.
Thanks for that comment, Mark. Yeah, definitely it was, you know, we want to kind of learn from others what is already being used, very much trying to hear from those users and preparers, you know, what are these other tools that they're looking to already for this information that we can learn from as well too.
So thanks to Mark for raising the upside of my downside that I was getting.
I thought I was building on your point about roundtables.
Well, I guess so. My thought here was that I actually completely agree with Mark on this. I think it's great to see this movement toward this. And I guess the thing I would caution just to continue to think about going forward is that given that there are already different metrics that are being used on related topics, but there's more than just one, then trying to facilitate alignment is a little more complicated, because you can either sort of like pick a winner, which might just be the one that's most closely aligned with what the objectives are for this particular standard, which would make a lot of sense. But to the extent that there are related ones, I think there's going to be an opportunity not only to engage with the industry associations, but like anybody that's developing some of these alternative standards, and seeing whether if we're going to create some opportunity for alignment, it's probably going to involve some partnership there to the extent that it's appropriate. But sometimes it's it's appropriate to come up with the most useful characteristic, and then see if that could potentially sort of win the day in terms of what the market actually wants, if we can meet market needs there. And so, I think about alignment, it's not the highest thing within the conceptual framework, because we're trying to service the needs of investors. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment, Jeff. I do think with some of these metrics, for example, intensity, if you look at some of these other disclosure tools, there are multiple different areas that could be used for that. And so, it could be that as thinking about the development of this project going forward, it's, we decide on one particular denominator to use going forward in terms of that. And very much thinking too about the opportunities to have these broader cross sort of reporting discussions as well too. Appreciate that.
Great.
Well, that was a high and a low, and can I bring it back to sort of the sea level here? Because I think, building on Marquette's point about the great engagement with the industry associations and so on, and excellent feedback and engagement from the market, but also congratulations to you and thank you for reaching out to many more market participants who either were busy with other consultations or didn't have time to give input, but it's not too late for them to give input to you. So of course, how many more market participants did you reach out to?
So in total, we reached out to about 140 different stakeholder organizations here that we sought feedback from. And then we're very fortunate to speak to 49 of those.
Lots more.
And I do want to share my contact details in case. Great plug, Verity, appreciate that.
So the remaining 100 were too busy doing other things. That's interesting, isn't it?
Well, I appreciate giving us the update on this particular project, and I'm sure that anybody interested can look at the project website and can reach out to you if they've got any questions or follow up on. So, Will, thanks for taking the time today. We really appreciate it. All right, so we're now moving to the last session of our day, and it's an unusual session because it's an unusual board meeting. So as this is the sunsetting board meeting of the SASB Standards Board, we thought we would take some time to really just like an opportunity for people to comment on their perspectives, share some of the takeaways they've had from this experience, to the extent that they've got hopes or wishes for the future. Any comments welcome. So we'll give the board members a chance to say share their thoughts first, and then we very much appreciate that we have this leadership of the ISSB. So we have Emmanuel Faber and Sue Boyd here with us as well. So we'll give them an opportunity as well, and then we will hear from two of our foundation members members, Bob Hurst and Alan Beller, who are here as well. So Alan, you're welcome to come join us at the table if you behave yourself. So rather than be bound by alphabetical order or clock rotation, maybe I'll just actually kind of open it up, and we can, within the board members, anybody who'd like to share thoughts is welcome to. And you can use our standard.
Okay, I'll be the guinea pig. So first of all, I joined SASB when we had one board. We went through the process of looking at other organizations and included on the structure we have today. When I initially joined, I didn't know what I was getting into. I'm a FASB religion person, so learning about this word called SASB seemed kind of sacrilegious at the time. But I think what's really important to me, and I hope all board members could say the same thing, is I really learned a lot. I've learned a lot about a topic I knew nothing about. So I think that, to me, that was maybe the best experience. It's really served as a point of differentiation for me personally, in my career, and being, quote, a consultant that's there to help people, to really have something to say that they're very interested in. So it's meant a lot to me personally. I've met great people, especially the board, SASB staff, the prior SASB staff, SASB leadership, but just in the course of the topic and making presentations, just meeting people all over the world with significant responsibilities. I think it's also met, again, personally, met a strong interest I had in the environment. This rock that 7 billion people live on, it's quite extraordinary. And then, the S factor, just all about how we treat each other. I think that's really been meaningful to me. So to wrap it up, I'm just very appreciative of the opportunity. It's really changed my life, I think, and it's really significantly, enriched the experience that I call my life.
That's hard to follow. But at some point. Well, first, I'd like to say what a privilege it's been to serve on this board for the past 5 years. When I accepted Gene Rogers' invitation to join the board, well, first I was surprised because I really didn't have any background at all in ESG disclosure. And Bob and I didn't collaborate on our remarks, but I would say I've learned a tremendous amount by being on that board, on this board, and that's meant a lot to me. Maybe more importantly, I think over those 5 years, the board has really been just a major factor in making ESG disclosure a mainstream corporate issue in a way that I feel it wasn't 5 years ago, maybe not even 2 years ago. Broadly speaking, I guess I would attribute SASB's success to two things, and two things that were important to me in deciding to join the board. The first was a focus on writing standards that provide investors with decision useful information. There's certainly many other objectives and many other stakeholders in the whole ESG universe, but I think that particular investor decision-making objective is important to the success of our capital markets and the allocation of capital in an environment where these issues are more and more important to company success. The other thing is I guess what we like to call the rigorous evidence-based approach that we take to standard setting. The kind of market research and input from stakeholders that SASB's employed. It takes a little time. It doesn't necessarily make for the speediest process, but I think it's really been key to the quality of our standards. I just add that I think the 4 projects that we just finished discussing are good examples of those principles. The staff's put in a tremendous amount of work on them, and I think they all respond to things where we heard loudly and clearly from stakeholders that there were important issues that needed to be addressed. So I do hope that the ISSB will appreciate the work that's gone into those projects and take them up. I definitely want to underscore that nothing that SASB has done or accomplished over the last years would be possible without the talented and dedicated staff that we've been fortunate to have. We've just really been blessed to have caliber of individuals we've had working with us and supporting us. And in a way, the board does nothing except react to what the staff has done. So we would be nothing without the staff. I know they'll make the same contributions to the ISSB. And I guess the final thing I'd like to say is what a privilege it's been to work with my fellow board members. I'm only sorry that for the last 2 years, we've all just been small faces in boxes on Zoom calls. And so I'm glad we have one last chance to get together in person. And I hope there'll be opportunities for us to stay in touch with each other after the board expires. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Dan's just made a career out of being an inaugural board member of boards.
Try. Mark. I don't know if I could do this in a couple minutes. The orchestra might play me out. I guess I would just start by acknowledging the theme of learning. It's a really bittersweet day for me. I've been doing standard setting of some form or another for 14 years now. And my entire career has been at that intersection of corporate reporting in the markets, whether it's financial or non-financial. And this particular experience has really capped off that whole experience of working at that intersection, because what this organization has done is incredible. In 10 years time to have the market validation that has been seen. A couple of months ago, there were 300 new SASB reporters. Not because anybody told them they had to do it, but because they thought that they should do it, and the market was sort of suggesting this is really important information. And so the DNA that's in the intellectual property that's embedded in everything that this board and this organization has done is now going to be part of the ISSB, and I just hope that you can soak up as much of it as you can as you move forward. It's an amazing time, and the staff that are here today and that have come before have got us to this point. Where we go now is incredible, because what you're trying to do, and I've heard Bob Herz say this before, at least in this country, you've got 90 years of maturation of financial reporting, right? And now you're trying to cram that 90 years of maturation into as short a time period as possible. For those of you who worked on the exposure graph, 90 days. And so it's going to be a little bit of a bumpy ride, but the roller coaster is the most exhilarating ride that you're on. And when you're done with it, you're so thankful to have had a chance to be on it. So I really thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of this amusement park ride. And I wish all the board members and the staff and the ISSB the best as you take this forward. And I'll be watching, and I'll be a fan.
I can go next.
Elizabeth.
Yes. So I don't know if everybody knows, but I have been part of SASB for 10 years now, officially. It's part of the Standards Council. Anniversary, yeah. SASB for life, I guess. And I still get asked, why is KKR here sometimes? And just the story of how I ended up here is that when I joined KKR in 2009, one of the first questions that I had to deal with is, how do we think about ESG issues in the diligence process? And it was very clear that the issues for a senior living center in the US were different from a dairy farm in China and different from a manufacturing company in Europe. And I spent a lot of time looking for a tool that would support me and my investment teams in doing that analysis, and none existed. And one size fits all approaches are a blunt tool at best, and at worst are a distraction from what's really important. So we spent a lot of time creating our own industry and sector specific guides. We actually wrote 18 of them, hired lots of consultants to support us on that, which is why I was glad when Gene Rogers called me and she called me in 2012. I think actually in 2011, I didn't have to think about it. I said yes right away. And the rest is history. A lot has changed over the past 10 years. When we first started, people were arguing whether sustainability issues even were business issues. And today, the argument has evolved in some unpredictable ways, but is also a real reason for optimism where we are today. I do want to thank a number of people. I feel like I'm winning a Grammy here. I'm going to have the stage. I want to thank my mom and dad. I want to thank KKR for sharing my passion, energy, and time with this organization and trusting me when I said SASB is going places. They were one of the first public supporters of SASB in 2017 with the provisional standards. They did the first SASB report in the industry in 2020 and have continued to support me here. So obviously, thank you there. I want to thank Jean Rogers for calling me. I want to thank Professor Bob Eccles for telling her to call me and for continuing to be a great mentor over time. I want to thank the whole SASB organization. Obviously can't name everybody, but especially Jeff, who's been a great leader to us all. So thank you all and look forward to crossing paths frequently.
Thanks.
I may, because I came from a similar selfish point of view that, when I was a sustainability research analyst and trying to figure out did one company have a better sustainability performance than another, searching and reading all the available general purpose financial reports, they were not telling me the answers that I needed. And when I heard about SASB, I said, sign me up. And I had to knock on many more doors than you, I think, but thanks to you and Jeff being there early, I got myself on that metrics subcommittee that supported the early days. And turns out metrics identification is a pretty fun thing to do and work on, and that's what we got to do. But it was so self-serving the reason I first got involved, but then I realized how enriched I was by getting to be part of this community and this ecosystem that really was transforming the market. And then getting to know all of you and this beautiful mix that, Jean had this genius idea and she made it really work. And then put together this cohort of investors and corporate representatives and subject matter experts, securities law, corporate law, so many great ideas were really converging in a really powerful and meaningful way. And then the staff would come up with even more ideas and really, test our ideas and make them better. And then when we asked you to do really hard things, you did them. And then we asked you to do really even harder things, you did them again. And there was just no time when you did not do that hardest thing and never back down. And so much continue to deliver. It's going to be just my very much pleasure to continue to work with so many of you. And I hope with so many of you too in this new thing. But I also want to thank Janine Gilead for coming up with another genius idea, which was the investor advisory group, which really helped create that constant voice of market demand for this thing, only just telling the world that this was a thing that was needed to be in the place, but also to then provide market feedback that we need. And so much great market participation from around the world has been wonderful. And also to you, Jeff, for really keeping us on course when we could have gone so many different directions, but we stayed true to our concepts, we stayed true to our tasks, and it's just been a pleasure to be in the room with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff, I got a couple comments if you can hear me.
We can hear you, and I'm looking forward to them.
Great. Yeah, there's a lot of people to thank and acknowledge, but I guess I'd like to highlight two extraordinary women that really made the difference in SASB, and very different styles and approaches, but were the right leaders at the right time. I was involved in sustainability for a lot of years and a lot of roles, most lately as a CFO, and was a very lonely proponent because the reporting environment was so chaotic and greenwash prevailed. But Gene Rogers, you know, was a visionary way ahead of time back, you know, many years before, was able to get funding through Bloomberg. And I think her success really was her absolute integrity to the mission. She ingrained well-stated goals and mantras that we can still all recite in our sleep these days. Market informed, cost effective, you know, decision useful. So I think her contribution was vision that there could be quality information and investors would use it. And also just that need to have an absolute integrity to the mission and the approach. So that was, you know, her founding foundation and integrity around that was well suited. We had another woman that stepped in though, as Jean began to leave the organization, and that's Janine. So we've got our two J's here. And Janine came in with a dramatic different style from Jean, less dogmatic, but understanding the mission and the purpose of this organization just as well. And she was the perfect fit at the right time. Janine brought in market experience, business savvy, adaptability, and a focus on collaboration to tackle what was the biggest challenge. And it wasn't having perfect standards, it was creating sense out of the alphabet soup and realizing that we had a lot of organizations in violent agreement about the future. And so Janine's ability to broaden our outreach, internationalize us. She had to reassure me we were ready for prime time and international. And then to bring about this amazing collaboration and integration with global standards is a testament to her adaptability and collaborative abilities. So two great women with different skills at different times, but they've really gotten us to a tremendous achievement. So hats off to both of them.
Thanks, Kurt. Lloyd, I just want to say, I always knew this project would fail. The need was pretty apparent. O.J. Jones, Santa Clara University, said ESG functions as a societal conflict resolution mechanism. Good theory, well thought through. The original foundational paper that came out of Harvard School of Government, Blydenberg, Rogers, and Wood, I believe, 2010, lays out a logical framework that is remarkably been preserved through all the twists and turns and changes for this organization. The industry demarcation, the emphasis on financial materiality, getting financial markets involved in the solutions to these really threatening systemic risks. And let's face it, SASB's work has been informed by a sense of urgency around nature not waiting around for us to figure out how to do this, right? So you have to do something really hard, really complicated with a lot of inertia on a deadline. If you do it too late, it's not good. So looking at that project and talking with Stephen and with Gene Rogers in the early days, just thought this was somewhere between ill-advised and preposterous. Look at the mission, look at the resources. Colin Powell said, show me your budget, I'll show you your strategy. My strategy is go home. Having the good fortune to join this board, you know, as kind of in the midpoint of the journey, just to re-acknowledge Jeff, Barrett, and Elizabeth providing critical continuity through this whole process. Several severe shocks to this organization would not have been able to continue without the continuity you guys provide. Core principle here is that with global problems with national governments, there is only one system that can address a global problem globally. That is the global financial system. It is it transmits information. It is not very good at lying. You sometimes see these awful things. The CEO dies and the stock goes up because the market is brutally honest. Getting that global information mechanism engaged with risk problems that are menacing us. Supply it. How do you do it? You have to supply all this connective tissue. Have to put closure standards in. Jeff made the point, markets cannot price what they cannot see. Until companies, we're the only ones who have the vital information about the externalities posed by private enterprise. We have to persuade them, and we're halfway to persuading the S&P 1200 to share that information so markets can properly integrate it and make sense of what capital is doing and what it should be doing. Without SASB, none of that happens. The deepest reason, number one, powerful and influential friends, but number two, staff, unbelievable. Not just this group, which is fantastic, but 10 years worth of bright people just really committed. Without that, couldn't have been done, which it did.
Thank you, Lloyd. What brave soul wants to go next?
Yeah, I was about to say this is a hard act to follow, but I might as well just jump in because I think looking at the people in this room, I consider you kind of my extended family because I think that many of you would have had that sense of being a misfit on a mission. And what we're seeing now is that we are really going mainstream. And going mainstream is actually my biggest fear because going mainstream means that you just become the ordinary. So I think what we need to really maintain in this group is that extraordinary zest, dedication, commitment, and this whole notion of wanting to make a lasting impact. So I'm just reminded, when we talk about sustainability, then very often sustainable just means being at an equilibrium. What we need to do is really get beyond that and become truly regenerative, right? That's the next. So I think where I want to take my point of departure is really, we've talked about how our mission has been accomplished, but it hasn't. It's only just started, and it's starting now, or rather, as Janine guides us, on the 30th of June. So that is, at least my vision, is that corporate reporting as we know it is going to change, and it's going to be reporting on how a company is sustainable, and that will include financials. So that's switching it around. And I think in that I need to include Bob here sitting here, because when I speak of my experience with SASB, I cannot really separate it from my experience with the integrated reporting mission that we started. And it was also just about a decade ago. So really seeing these two coming together, which seems so logical and natural today, was just not thought of when all of this started. Several people have mentioned Bob Eccles, and in a way he probably is a father and a midwife to much of this, and I'm sure that if he's listening, he will make us smile, because my initiation into this world was really an interview with his partner Mike Cruz, who was writing chapters for the One Report book, and the work that we had been doing with Novo Nordisk at the time then became a classic example of how you can do this in practice, and that has become part of my mission in life. So I just want to share with you that in the, I think it was mid-late 90s, a good friend and colleague of mine was saying, isn't it about time for you to move on from this reporting work and get into doing something real? Get on with your life. So at that time, I had been doing the very first green reports, green statements. environmental statements, intellectual capacity, intellectual capital reporting, and really believing that this is adding dimensions to corporate performance. When at Novo Nordisk we made that move of integrating, we were up against a very strong resistance because there were so many people saying, why do you want to fix it? Because it ain't broke. But it was. And now I think we all see that reporting is broke and we're here to fix it. So I think, you know, where we are at now is that we have the European standards, speaking of sustainability reporting, becoming on par with financials. That's good. That's a major leap, but it's just not good enough. So we have to make that next move, and financial reporting needs to change as well. So I have every confidence that this organization will really, you know, prevail. I never doubted it. But so just lots of thanks again in the Grammy style. I think I would just extend a huge thank you to my former team, who were so much part of the journey that I've been on with SASB and with the IRC, and they know who they are. And also to the leaders of both of the organizations, the IRC, SASB, and everyone else along that journey. So really thank you for giving me that opportunity, and I will continue.
Yeah, shall I go then? Yeah, okay, well, first of all, it's really been a real privilege for me as well to be here. Obviously, I am one of the newer kids on the block, and I've only had 2 years of pleasure of being engaged with the organization, and so many of the hard work was already done by all my fellow board members and the organization. But it's, as I say, it's been a real privilege. And when Janine asked me, I didn't have to think very long, Janine, actually to accept it. And from the start, what I found is actually the quality of the people that I was engaging with, the professionalism. And I remember very vividly one of the few onboarding meetings that we had with Suzanne and I when we were new, and we had about 20 faces in the screen of all the staff. And there was such an amount of energy and such an amount of skill and commitment that just was oozing at me, that I thought, yeah, I absolutely made the right choice in joining that. I've learned a lot in the 2 years. It's been a short time, but it's been a huge learning experience, as some others also said. We talked about it a bit this morning, especially coming from the financial reporting standard setting side. You do things very much top down. We always think we don't need industry specific because we have, you know, the bigger topics just top down. But I've learned a lot in these 2 years on how in certain elements sustainability accounting standard setting is really different. And I think, Dan, you mentioned it, the evidence-based standard setting, by actually, you know, doing it from the bottom up is extremely valuable, and something that I think not everyone appreciates coming from the accounting side. So for me, that was a huge learning point, and I hope that will continue under the ISSB. People also know I've been a big proponent of the IFRS Foundation taking it on, with the author of a paper of Accountancy Europe that kind of tabled the question on should the IFRS Foundation not take it on. So I'm really pleased to see that the SASB and the Integrated Reporting Council are now going to be part of this. And at least for me, one of my dreams and visions is coming through by what is happening at the moment. So again, thanks to all of my fellow board members, to the staff and everyone for being part of this. It's been a real privilege. Thank you.
So I'm going to exercise chair's privilege here and reserve my comments. In part, if we run out of time, then that's fine as well. So we'll go next to our special guests at the table. If we want to follow the order on the screen there, should we start with Emmanuel, or how would you like to?
Sure. Thank you, Jeff. You know, it's overwhelming with feelings to be sitting with you here. In the first one, I would start to simply share is that I don't feel so legitimate being here because it's a reunion of a family that's been together for, you know, so many years, as you all said, and your personal journey within that community and that journey. And Sue and myself are just here, you know, getting that. And this is so impressive what you're sharing about what you've been living all together. That and again, I mean, what else can we do than just take those words that you shared and carry them preciously as the human legacy that you're leaving us with collectively, and that's certainly what I would like to just start sharing. That goes, of course, with a huge sense of gratefulness and feeling of gratefulness for, and I don't want to repeat, but you've been naming people here. There's certainly one that I've got to know over the last 6 months, and this is Janine, my partner now and soon as a special advisor to us. But discovering gradually, and certainly today is an incredible late discovery, and that's the rule of the process of the whole community and the people behind the screens, behind the names and the governance structures and everything that have made it possible for Sue, myself, and some of our IFRS Foundation colleagues here to be with you in this absolutely unique moment. So I don't have very good English words to say, you know, that gratefulness and that sense of responsibility that we will carry that living legacy. And to a point, Suzanne, about going mainstream, I think we shouldn't be afraid of that. The mainstream is going to be you, what you have built. I think so. Yep. Otherwise, I wouldn't have accepted that job. And maybe that leads me to second, you know, part of remarks, echoing what I think I've heard in the number of your words here. I also connected to what we do here at a very deep, profound, personal, you know, point. That's been a journey for me. Sustainability as part of the strategy of a company and the finance of a company. We went as far, talking mainstream, as to you know, we started reporting on our carbon footprint in 2000 when I became CFO. That was a long time ago. We started using the SASB standards as soon as we discovered them. I can't exactly remember the exact year, but that was, you know, that was a moment. And we ended up a few years back into even twisting the IFRS by reporting an IFRS EPS adjusted with our Scope 3 carbon emissions, notional charge. And so I think that's as far as what my vision was at that point in time. And I don't know if finance is going to be part of sustainability, but what I know is that we don't count what counts. And that leads me to very briefly to the point of sharing what I think Daniel and Lloyd, you've been particularly you know, saying, but some of you as well. I'm a great believer that capital markets are shaping our lives. You know, sitting here in New York, what else can we say? And if they don't count what counts, if we help them counting what counts, there is no doubt that they will reshape our lives again. And that's probably what ultimately we all need. I think they are a gift to humanity. And I think the remit of what the VRF and SASB has been doing, the remit of the IFRS Foundation working for the public good, the public interest of market participants is actually ultimately you know, a public good. And that's how I think Sue, myself, and the rest of the board, Verity, will take this forward. I don't think we need to go out of the remit of the focus of SASB on decision useful, cost-effective information. You said it much probably better than I would, so I won't repeat, but I truly believe this is where we should be entirely focused, and this is how we are going to change the capital allocations and the cost of capital and everything else I just said before. It's great that other people do other things, but that is going to be our mission, and that's why I feel so in a way privileged and energized with the legacy that your incredible collective work for so many years is creating for going mainstream now, global, international, and global and mandatory. through jurisdiction work on top of the wonderful market adoption strategy that you guys have, and that we will cherish for the future, of course, as part of our own theory of change. So I'll simply finish by wanting to, feel extremely responsible and serious when saying that you can count on my role as the chair of the board. I can't speak for the rest of the board, although Sue will say a few words, and you've heard Verity already, but you can count on my full commitment in taking the legacy of industry-based standards as you have raised it to its next level through our efforts. I know about due process. You've seen the, and we shared with, of course, our VRF colleagues, the announcement that was made about what our current plans and progress on internationalization and continuation of some of the projects that you've been discussing probably today as well, etc. We are really here to encourage the current users, the other half of the S&P 1200, to use them as we are processing them as part of our work. So I've been too long, feel completely privileged, a little bit strange to be sitting around this family gathering, but thank you for accepting this.
Thank you. So I should have gone first.
Yeah.
So I also feel humble to be at the table, honored to be at the table, and a dreadful sense of responsibility taking on your work. But I just want to say thank you to you all, because what we want to achieve is ambitious. We've got a big mission to take this work and make it global, make it mandatory, and make it mainstream, definitely. And that's a big thing to do. And we can only do that, I think, because of you guys. We needed your work, otherwise it wouldn't be possible. It's ambitious, but possible because of what you guys have done. And it's possible for a few different reasons. One is the body of work that we're lucky enough to inherit. Our exposure drafts are already far better than they would have otherwise been because of your work. We've talked about it today, the fact the general requirements document uses all of your literature, and the climate document incorporates the climate pieces. The fact that we are lucky enough to inherit your people, your wonderful staff, who have already done so much and are going to do so much more. We're lucky enough to have Verity. That's fundamental to our future success. And the fact that we inherit your processes, your thoroughness, your industry-based approach. We come in, thank goodness, we come in not cold, not with a blank sheet of paper. We come on with something to build from that's robust, market proven. And we, all last year, Technical Readiness Working Group, we talked about running start, running start, running start. You guys give us the running start. So thank you. We'll look after your standards, we'll build on them, and we'll make something great. But thank you for all the effort. You've made all the difference to what the ISSB can do.
Thanks.
Yeah, like a lot of people, I guess I'll do a little bit of looking back and a little bit of looking forward, and just a lot of thank yous. I guess for me, the journey began, like with a lot of people, with Bob Eckel, but about 25 years ago. It stemmed from greed, like a lot of things. With PwC, and we kind of observed that more and more companies were using the Kaplan and Norton scorecard approach to internal management. Kind of said, gee, it's a little free form there. Maybe we could build a practice that would actually help companies in particular situations figure out what to put on the balanced scorecard. So we got together with one of their colleagues at Harvard Business School, Bob Eccles, and we did a lot of research, a lot of the equations, a lot of correlations, and found that the kind of things that really became business issues and value drivers varied a lot by business model. And began a bit of a consulting practice on that. Wasn't that successful, but kind of started to germinate the idea that, gee, maybe this kind of ought to be shared with not just internally, but, you know, with investors in the capital markets general. You know, I can't say everybody was embraced that readily by a lot of these things, you know. You know, it's great if I can do it internally, but I'm not sure if I really want to tell people about it too much about it. But anyway, that led to the project to write the value reporting book, which was, I guess, released probably around the year 2000. And, you know, that plus some other things that were going on, including the triple bottom line in Europe, beginning of GRI, the AICPA took it on a little bit as what they called the Enhanced Business Reporting Project, and Prince of Wales A4S really took it a notch further to talk about actually, you know, embedding it in financial accounting and reporting. But all that then led to both integrated reporting, and I remember sitting in my office at the FASB, probably in late 2009, and I got a call from Eccles, and he said, I've got with me this lady with really kind of great idea, Gene Rogers, and it kind of has a lot of the aspects of what we did in value reporting, but talking about, you know, how to institutionalize it. And that was the idea of the SASB. And I got to tell you that at that point, I said, okay, I'm still here at the FASB, but sounds pretty worthwhile. Where are you going to get the money? It's going to be international or just U.S.? You know, the basic kind of questions. And I would say as it began to get formed, they got the seed money from Mayor Mike and his folks. You know, I don't know if we were kind of somewhere between the lunatic fringe or, you know, the inspired, but took it on, and, you know, Jeff, Elizabeth, some other folks agreed to be on the Standards Council. We had to set up an advisory committee, but the first go around was with industry working groups, which, as you remember, then did the straw man, and then you guys looked at it to see whether or not there was proper due diligence. I think came along a little bit later and kind of said, you know, really to gain any kind of real traction and respect, although the work has been great and the output has been great, we probably need to institutionalize kind of the best practices in standard setting, which, you know, we unabashedly borrowed from the accounting standard setters, the ISSB and the FASB, and other standard setters around the world. And there was a small group which Jeff was on, and Alan and I think at least Walter, Gene, and essentially with some tweaks, and also learning experiences of having been involved with the standard setters for many years, you know, put in place a two-tier structure, the procedure, redid the conceptual framework, all the kind of things you see. It's a lot of it, and put together this board. And I can't say enough about each of you who, you know, embraced this and asked. And then the tasks that you did in 17 and 18 to go through all the standards. You know, at that time, I think there were 79 of them. Yeah. And intensive meetings, go through all of them. You know, absolutely, everybody said just tremendous staff, go through them. And then by the end of 2018, you know, make the changes, having exposed them all, gone through hundreds and hundreds of comments on 79 standards, reconfigured some of those. I remember there was something like 400 changes or something like that. And I mean, you know, in regular accounting standards, there's no knock on it. But you know, that was absolute warp speed. And, you know, we always have the motto in accounting standards say you can't rush genius. Just absolutely, absolutely incredible. I also want to just thank all the people who've served as members of the board of directors and trustees over the years. This thing was run on a shoestring to begin with, and for many years. So it was not only Bloomberg, but other foundations, accounting firms. We went with the Tin Cup a bunch of years ago. I think they, yeah, a little bit out of self-service and greed. They saw the possibilities on it, and just the foundation staff, the SASB foundation staff, Matthew Welch, others in the product area, really developed a whole earned income stream that would be the envy of both the ISB and the FASB, FAF and IFRS foundation out of this. So it's an incredible story. It's just amazing. I mean, if you know, if we were venture capitalists, we'd be billionaires. But, because the market uptake, it was unbelievable. I mean, you know, we gotta thank Larry Fink and some others for part of the momentum there. But we had the right product at the right time, and that's important in any kind of market. And so, you know, the overwhelming sense that I have out of this, and I think everybody who's here has been involved ought to have, it's just a sense of pride and satisfaction. Just that. Now, it's, you know, taking it forward, and we really thank all who are going to take it forward, starting with Emmanuel and Sue, and now Verity and Richard Parker, who I know really well, of course, was also kind of one of Eccles' sidekicks, Bing Lang, who, you know, I've known him for many years too. I'm sure there's going to be more people who, for this community, take this mission forward. As somebody said, I think Mark, it's not going to be, you know, it's going to be a bit of a bumpy ride. I think particularly whenever you take something that was voluntary, where you could kind of pick and choose a little bit of what you wanted to disclose, and you know, it's going to be more mandatory. I believe the jurisdictions will take it up. You know, it's not flying under the radar screen, so to speak. It's good. The other thing, and I think Emmanuel touched a little bit on it, that just, you know, that's kind of a big believer that you could segregate the enterprise value perspective from the social impact, you know, the outside in and inside out materiality type points of view. I'm finding the more I think about it, and the more things change, you know, whether the urgency of climate, whether all the very social issues and other things you've addressed, more and more of those things are becoming real business issues. I see it in the boardrooms in which I serve. And so that idea of dynamic materiality and how you deal with it, it's a moving target, clearly, and I'm sure geography is going to come into play an awful lot in that. So how you create the right framework for that, I think, is also going to be a challenge. But you know, I talked about the pride of what's come before us. I see, kind of like I did when we first set up the ISB, just all sorts of promise and possibilities, and just kind of a clear line of sight on the vision. And so to all who are going to take it forward, that involves a lot of us in the room here, one capacity or another. Thank you. And like I said, it's going to be challenging, but very satisfying.
Yeah, a lot has already been said. I can't help but think that in some sense, the old things and the new things all come around. People have talked about Bob Eccles, who is in many ways the, maybe together with Gene, the intellectual godfather of this entire enterprise. Bob and I are working on a comment letter that we're going to sign later today to go to the SEC about the mandatory climate rules. And so, the more things change in some sense, but it's also an indicator, the notion, if you were able to go back and ask Bob 20 odd years ago whether he ever thought he'd be working on a letter to a regulator about whether there were going to be mandatory standards or not, he would have gone and found a straitjacket. So the progress in this whole field has been utterly remarkable, and I have a great sense of gratitude for having been in terms of the sustainability stuff. I guess I've been around here now for about 10 or 12 years, which makes me a newcomer to many, although an old hand to a few. I was actually present near the beginning of the IASB, as Bob knows, down at the commission, and so I've been in that and the whole globalization for a long time. But it gives me, it does give me a great sense of pride and satisfaction. Thinking about this organization, I said it this morning, and I'll say it again, Bob alluded to it, when we had this wonderful idea, the organization had this wonderful idea of industry-specific, decision useful, investor focused, and there are 3 or 4 other buzzwords, but those are the ones that I always remember. And this notion of a council that would work on preliminary standards in this area. As Bob said, I think a very important fulcrum point is where we reached the point where we realized if we were going to be credible, we had to look like an independent standard setting organization. And we had 2 models. There aren't a lot of models around, but we did have 2. We had the SASB, which Bob was the world's living expert, and we had the ISSB, and we unabashedly cut and pasted from the constituent documents of those organizations and came up with a 2-tier sustainability accounting standards board foundation and a board. And then we got really lucky because, and I think Gene and I were the principal recruiters, who was foolish enough to serve on that board. And we had some candidates pre-identified because the folks on the council were certainly among those we approached, and a number of those, like Elizabeth and Verity and Jeff and Boyd, and was Stephanie on the council? I think she was. No, she was. In any event, we went around and recruited 7 or 8 initial candidates, and I was amazed at our level of success and gratified. I've always been gratified that people said yes. And it was an amazing group of people. You guys were just unbelievable. You and the staff was unbelievable in supporting of this. Bob alluded to it. 11 industries, 11 sectors, 79 industries, 3,700,000 enforced standards and metrics, whatever it was. The notion that could be worked through and turned from provisional to final with a remarkably rigorous due process. I mean, I don't think none of us should kid ourselves. We did not apply the same attention to each of those standards that the IASB or the FASB brought to each of its standards. But we had 14 million and they had 100. And so it's understandable. The level of rigor that was brought, given the sheer scope of the activity, was utterly remarkable. Bob is the stuff that's gone since then. I'm not going to touch on. I do want to say, Bob said he leads this with a sense of pride. I do too. I am enormously proud to have been part of this. I also leave it with an enormous sense of expectation because, as most of you know, I was a trustee at the IFRS for 6 years. That term ended just as the pandemic closed us all down anyway. I've gotten to know Emmanuel a little bit in the last few months. I've known Sue for a very long time. This is going to be an enormous challenge going forward, and none of us should kid ourselves that it's not. On the other hand, I think I have a pretty good sense of the IFRS. I think I have a pretty good sense of the DNA of the IFRS. There will be a melding of cultures. It will be bumpy. Going from voluntary to mandatory is an enormous lift. But I leave this group, and I hope to have some transition relationship with the other group, with the enormous expectation that we are giving the very challenging and exciting assignment to the right people. So, Godspeed.
Thank you, Alan. So I know we're very close. We're over time, but if I could just indulge for another minute or two. I've had an incredible journey as being part of this organization. Like Lloyd, I was sure that it would fail, but I also believed it was worth working on because some future effort would actually build on that work. And it turns out that we didn't run out of money before we could get to that point. And so that was great. I also
there was that one day.
There was that one day. There have been. It's been such a privilege over the last 10 years to work in various aspects with this organization, and I will say that at many points along the way, I thought, well, this hasn't failed yet, but this is my last point with the organization because the organization is going to outgrow me. And more than once, I walked out of the meeting thinking that's probably the last meeting I'll be at, and it's been a real joy and honor to be part of it in subsequent meetings, and I appreciate that as well. And I was at my parents' home over the weekend, and my mom was showing me the work that she's been working on, and she showed this lily bush that she's like, and we look at it, and we cut it all the way down every year, and it just grows back so much. And she was talking about that. I thought, that seems so painful. And as I look around, I feel like we're the lily bush, and it's the necessary part for the next stage. And so, as I think about what we do, the remarks that I've heard today, that if I were to sort of adapt the language we often hear these days around the pillars, the 3 Ps, I would actually say we've got purpose, people, product, and process. And I've heard a lot of that in your comments. The easiest thing to think about what SASB has done is the product, right? The standards themselves, because they're visible and they're really important. But I think back to something I heard a chief accountant of the SEC say one time when asked about decisions the FASB made, and his point was that he didn't care so much about the actual decisions because decisions will change, the words will change over time. What he believed in was the process, and I really appreciated Sue's comments on the process. And it's a process for developing standards. It's a process for institutionalizing in the system the information, and that's where real change happens. When I think about the organization, the people have been amazing, and it's every time somebody has left SASB, for whatever reason, it's felt like, again, like that lily bush being pruned back, and yet the organization is able to continue on because of its ability to produce, to draw in the right people, the right human capital. And that is not disconnected from purpose. And so it all comes back to that. And so when I think about what we are handing off, it very much is the product, the process, it's our people, and we only agreed to it because of a similar belief in purpose. And so I'm just very grateful for having been a part of this journey, and I really look forward to the future of what the ISSB holds for the work that we've been all part of for so long. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your comments. With that, we will wrap it up. I know we're over time, but my students know that's usually how my class goes. So thank you. And we don't have another board meeting to announce. This is our last one. So thanks for joining us today. Thank you all for being here. Thanks to the team. Thanks to Fordham for hosting us as they've been so generous to do so many times. Thank you all. Thank you.